Alright, what is up, everybody? Alright, hold up. Let's get Kaiba in the guild here. Oh yeah, I don't know if we won or lost the war. Like, both guilds were kind of scuffed that we were both playing. Actually, damn it, we lost. Bullshit! Man, I blew up 3 fucking towers. What more do you want? Okay, we did have a lot of scuffed teams though. Wonder how close it was, because last I had checked, it was like really close. Let's see, I can probably make better defense teams than this now. Well, how long do we got? Because I can do that later. Let's see, we've got 12 hours, that's plenty. Okay. My ult was MVP. I'm actually surprised, because I got 3 final kills on 3 towers, so I'm surprised you got it. Did they let you look at what everyone got? Like what the score was? Yeah, I'm surprised. I got a good bit of havoc there. Alright, but yeah, I just gotta remember to do that tonight because I think we got some new people I need to slot and whatnot. Okay, we want to get Kaiba in here, so we need to boot the lowest level, least active person. Let's see, you can sort by rank. Okay, they've logged in. Wait a minute, how is oh, that's 11 minutes. I thought that was like 11 months. I was like, what? Okay, Needle hasn't played in almost a year, and he's only ranked 26, so that's no problem. Gotta make sure, let me just make sure it's months. Yeah, it's months, not minutes. Okay. There's no crime being committed here, chat. You'd have to have checked before you clicked off the screen. Fuck. I bet you I was second. I bet you I was second, because I did good on that one. Okay, Kai, but if you want to, you can either just send an application, or if you give me your username, I can just invite you right here. Yeah, I've been having fun with this game. I mean, if there are problems with it, 100%, but I think if you approach it with the right mindset, there's a lot of fun to be had. Kaiba 70, alright? Oh, there you are. Alright, there you go. Oh, I said you already sent an application to the guild. I guess I need to update my... There we go. Perfect. Okay. Yeah, we're starting to fill up our ranks. We got a good bit of low-level people, though, but that's fine. Alright, so we need to do main story. I got loads of expeditions. Maybe we'll start with an expedition just because I got so many of them. Start knocking some of those out. I got this one, which I've never done before.
Has brought unrest
so I might do that. Might wait for Poi to be here and see if me and Poi can... It's really fun to duo these with Poi because, you know, we're both kind of meh-geared. Let me look at his gimmicks, though, so when we do that, I'm not blind. So can I not look at his gimmicks here? I have to actually start it. I'd like to wait to start it because there's a time limit, although I don't think I'm going to be streaming for 12 fucking hours. But, still. Alright, I guess I'll just go ahead and start it. And if Poi doesn't show up, I'll just duo with someone else from chat. Let's see. Embark. Tier 2 is probably for the best. Alright, what'd he do? Oh, he looks awesome. He attacks all enemies with 50% chance to increase skill cooldown by 1 turn. Ugh. Successful attacks always result in a critical hit, so he always crits you. Alert mode at the start of battle grants invincibility, undispellable. That, like how it says, invincibility, undispellable, that cannot be dispelled. Good job, game. Yeah, very good there. That's nasty though. At the start of battle grants enhanced elemental unique effect to the caster. I'm guessing that means the elemental effects are stronger. Grant Berserk, yeah, obviously they'll all have that. Okay, so this is his main gimmick right here. Is that he increases your cooldowns. So I guess you need to be fast. When attacking, damage dealt is increased by 50% if the target is light elemental hero, unaffected by any effects related to buffs. So he absolutely destroys light people. Alright, and then what's his normal stuff? Huh, he can dual attack. I wonder if he's gonna have minions then. That might just be left over from like his base model or whatever. He's like originally made for a fight with ads. Attacks all enemies, dispelling all buffs, inflicting electro. What the fuck does this do? At the end of your turn, all allies receive damage proportional to their max HP. Oh god, this effect is dispelled when the target uses a non-attack skill, unaffected by any other. Ugh. That's annoying. That'll like absolutely crush if I use like Corvus or Crow or something. They'll get obliterated. So you need to have a non-attack skill, preferably. So Crimea would be alright if you wanted to do that. Okay, we'll wait a bit though. We'll see if Poise shows up, and then we'll try that out. I think we'll just do some main story for a minute here. But yeah, we got plenty to do. Check my ult. There is all 3 people tied for second because nobody attacked your defense. Oh, did somebody attack your defense, MFJ, and lose? Is that what happened? Might get smited. This is not where we're at in the main story. Oh, you know what that is? That's the Goblin Merchant. Let me do that real quick so I don't forget. Yeah, I don't know if there's like better options now, but like once a day you can go to the first labyrinth and there's a shop where you can buy stuff, and then if you don't want to use your labyrinth like token, you can then yield the battle and still get this stuff from the shop and not use your token. So that's really good to do like every day, especially for like newer players. And then you can come here and do the same thing. I would imagine no one ever buys these unless they're just the biggest whale ever and it happens to proc like the best stats ever. Although honestly, it's like that is decent stats, but like look at the money on this. Like who the fuck? I got a draw, good enough. Okay, and you can just yield, and you keep your loot. And yeah, you can go to the labyrinth, then do the same thing, and get charms and stuff. Okay, we're in chapter 2. Alright. Did we already beat this one? Yeah, we already beat that one. Okay, we're right here. Yeah, I can't imagine blowing that kind of gold unless you're just spending like hundreds of thousands of dollars on this game. In which case you have bigger problems. Also, if you're spending that much money, you probably don't need to buy one of those pieces of equipment, so... Yeah, and if you've been playing the game, like, I imagine you eventually get to a point where all your favorite characters are geared, so you're not needing to actively spend gold to keep gearing people. And then if you just keep playing the game, you know, be it actively or just casually, you're gonna ramp up your gold over time, right? And it's gonna get really high. All right, this is an actual boss fight, so no, we won't use a support. Okay, she looks kind of like a nerd. I'm just saying. What does she do here? When the caster is debuffed at the start of the caster's turn, after the caster attacks, get a drone, activates urgent aid, blah blah blah. All allies immune to bombs. Gonna get barrier, increased attack. It doesn't seem that bad unless I'm misunderstanding here. After attacking, grants the caster stackable increased attack and speed. It increases combat readiness by 15% when the enemy is inflicted with bomb. At the end of their turn, increases caster's combat readiness by 10%. So she's gonna attack a lot. I'm assuming, yeah, she applies bomb with her normal attack. Okay. Yeah, I fought her in PvP a couple of times. Okay, let's see here. So she is green. There are no blues. Time for this nonsense. What else? You know what? I'm gonna bring Dark Corvus. I don't think he's that good in PvE. Like, just doesn't make a whole lot of sense, but doing it anyway. Surely this stage isn't going to be that hard, right? Toxic streamer. God, that design is terrible. Not a fan. Cool background.
Don't be
All this
afraid.
fucking sci-fi in my video game, though. I just realized, like, none of my characters have good speed. Why are the sound effects not playing properly? The fuck?
Watch carefully.
I might have my options set wrong. I'll go after this battle I'll check. Something's wrong here.
To you.
You know, we should probably turn on our own
Who
battle music
dares
at
to
this
challenge
point.
me? Keep watching, everyone.
But yeah,
I
okay,
shall
you know, this
honor
is driving me nuts. Hold on, I gotta. Oh, you can
My
fix it here.
presence.
Hold on. Yeah, battle sound effects are turned off. Here, I'm gonna kill the music, and we'll use our playlist here. There we go. A little loud. They changed her character design and released her. They left her old model in the game. I mean, there's probably a lore reason why her design changes, I'd imagine.
I will punish you with the strength of darkness.
In the light's name. Foolish.
Watch and learn.
I think I actually have her, now that I think about it. It's like level 5, because I'm not leveling that, but...
How
Oh, I just
disappointing.
realized I brought green to red, but... You know, what are you
Shall we
gonna
get
do?
going?
Okay, I clearly have not been paying attention to what I've been doing, because...
Can you hold out much longer?
I think I did her second skill that during the third skill, so I didn't refresh the cooldown. It's either that or she didn't kill somebody, which is unlikely.
I don't know. Correct your posture.
Radiant light.
I don't always skip the story, I'm like mixed. I read parts of it and I skip parts of it. Basically, like, the bulk of it I don't really care about, but there's like moments and like characters that I'll be focusing on for a while that I'll
How
actually
about we try a
read.
little harder? Back off now if you don't want to get involved.
I read a lot of 1.0. Could you not level her? She looks kind of weird. I mean, I'd be more likely to level her than some of the other ones, but actually I had the bomber one, and I'm pretty sure I used her as a resource to 6-star someone else because I just don't. There's no world where I'm going to level that.
Beast of the West.
It's time to draw my sword.
Yeah, Poi fought more yesterday and said it was really hard, so no spoilers. We'll see how I do when I get
would
there.
give my life.
I'm assuming he's in chapter 3. I think Poi was in chapter 3, and this is chapter 3. So.
Fortune on victory.
There's a lot of trash mobs we're fighting right now.
Everyone. What fool dares to challenge me?
Okay, let's nuke this guy.
No mercy. In a real fight.
So MFJ, the other day I was doing some of the Hell Mode stages just cause, and I think it was the second Hell Mode stage. I summoned your Thermia or Cremia, what's their name, and I used mine as well. And they were just non-stop doing their
Will be required.
third skill. It was pretty funny.
Crisis.
Yes.
Boss died very quickly.
Don't be afraid. I shall honor you with my presence.
Oh, she failed to kill somebody, apparently.
I will punish you. Will destroy this darkness.
Radiant light.
Jesus. This never ends.
Foolish.
Like a labyrinth, but we're not doing a labyrinth. Okay, these guys can already buff. We'll see if we can kill one before their turn.
Back off off now if you don't want to get involved. You owe me one now. I'll bet my entire fortune on victory.
So, am I crazy, or at some point did they change border coin? Now, it was so long ago when they first added it. But when they first added it, I seem to remember that it only increased your attack.
Has any value.
And now it increases your attack and speed. Did I just forget that? Has it always been that way, or did they change that at some point? They buffed it? Why the fuck would you buff that? It's like, yeah, it's not the most broken artifact in the game by any means, but like how long ago did they do that? Like, I could kind of understand it if they did it like super recently, but like when did they do it? Like, that's just so fucking random.
How about we try a little harder?
I guess they like rated it up again and they really wanted people to roll on it.
There is no mercy.
Oh yeah, I mean, I'm not gonna complain, but it is a little silly.
Time to draw my sword.
It was kind of recent, huh? Yeah, I figure in the long term what I'm gonna do with her is go speed set, like speed crit, or something like that. You know, speed and another speed set. And then the speed set needs to just have really good offensive stats on it. Like really, really good. So it's not something I could do easily, but so I figure if you combine that with border coin, you're gonna be going really quickly. That's probably what MFJ does, I would imagine. But yeah, right now I'm not gonna have like a set that's got that good of side stats. So. Should one-shot one of these. Let's not risk it. We'll just kill this.
Watch and learn. How disappointing.
Don't be afraid.
My Destina's HP up a bit. So I improved my gear on my Crow and Dark Corvus since our last stream. They're still not like super optimized, but they're definitely better off than they were. Crow's up to like 25,000 health, and then Dark Corvus is like 35,000. Let's see here. Actually, for where I'm at in the game, Tonfa would be pretty trash compared to Border Coin. Like, and I've even tested that. It's like if I'm doing Golem 13 right now because, you know, my account's not like super far along, I really need the damage from Border Coin because I have time to ramp it up on the trash mobs. Not all, normally it's like ramped up twice, but then I'll cast it again on the boss wave and then it's ramped up 3 times. And that's just, it's way more damage than I'm gonna get from just about anything else that I have right now. And there's a lot of situations like that where it's really helpful. Like, Tonfa's nice for a, you know, starting artifact, but yeah, it's definitely not as good. It's not for her. Depends on the unit, but okay, let's see how tough this boss is. Some of these bosses in Chapter 3 have actually been pretty tough, but then some of them have been kind of jokes, so I'm pretty inconsistent.
No one can stop us.
I'll bet my entire fortune
Yeah,
on
that's not that much HP.
Back off now if you don't.
How many trash mobs we had to get through to get to this point? They might make the boss easy just because of that. Yeah, what the fuck? That's so much easier than like that stealth fight.
Watch carefully.
And yeah, that's the thing about her is she cycles it every turn.
Kneel before. My
Pretty much do this one-shot golem for me, and that's pretty good considering my you know, support is limited. Yeah, it's not even close.
Descent.
Always love this though. Every time I play Epic 7, there's always people like this in chat. Always very silly. Someone says come along like, no, you're wrong, I'm right, and then they're just like, what the fuck, man? Like, Border Coin's useless. Like, even if you don't think Border Coin's amazing, there's no world where it's useless. The E7 community is very, like this. And what's so funny is, you have so many people that will come along and be like, X character is useless, right? Like, streamer's stupid, that character is useless. Or other person in chat, you're dumb, you know, person is useless. And then someone else will be like, no, they're the best. This other character, they're the one that's useless. And the first guy's like, no, they're not. And it's just like, who gives a shit, right? Like, Jesus Christ. And you have these people that will like try to make a statement about like a character or whatever, like, you know, it must be so obviously true, but then someone else will behave the same way with the opposite, right? And you realize like how dumb this whole thing is. Pretty sure Fury's a big Mort fan. Funnily enough, I have Mort. I don't know why. I'm pretty sure one of the times, you know, I just logged in. Because, you know, for a good while there, because basically I played a lot, like, in the first 3 months of the game. Then I didn't really touch it. But I would, like, you know, log in and grab rewards. I did that for a long time. And every, like, blue moon, I would actually play an event and stuff. But, you know, I never played that much. And then for maybe the last year, or even more, I just stopped logging in entirely. But for one of those times when I was just logging in casually and whatever, I got Mort. I think I might have even gotten Mort again at some other point as well. Like, I think I had more than one Mort. Okay, that was disappointingly easy compared to some of those other bosses. Okay, this is filler. We'll give somebody some... This Cairo. We'll give someone some FP here. I'll give it to MFJ if I saw him, but I don't see him here. And we'll give it to Shiro because he's in chat. Man, I don't know why I haven't geared my soul. I don't even know what's wrong with me. You know, he's not my favorite character from Guilty Gear, but he's pretty cool. Like, and he's in the game, and he's a guy, and there are very few guys in this game, so yeah, I need to do that. I honestly, I don't know why I haven't. I'm not sure. I think I just kind of forgot he was in the game because I hadn't played it so long. Epic 7 does have so... I did not change the team. There is no world where this is a good idea right now.
Don't be afraid.
Okay, we'll just pretend that didn't happen. I don't even know. I don't even know what colors I was fighting. Actually, it probably would have been okay. I mean, there's no, like... Dark Corvus is pretty terrible for this, but, yeah, actually, it probably would have worked out. Hopefully, I don't know if Shiro gets his FP for that. Not that it's that big of a deal, but, yeah, Epic 7 doesn't have to be time-consuming. It's only really time-consuming if you want to, like, you know, get meta about it. If you want to just play through the story, you know, maybe play the Labyrinth on the side from time to time, and then, like, slowly, after you beat the main story, do the side content, it's fine. The game's not going anywhere, so... It's actually pretty easy to play, like, a single-player game, from the main story. If you want to keep up on the PvP and all that kind of stuff, then it's very time-consuming, because you just have to farm so much to get optimized gear to be able to compete with all the other fuckers that have been playing for like years that have incredibly optimized gear. So yeah, if you want to PvP seriously, very time consuming. If you don't, you can just really just play it as much as you feel like. It's not a big deal. I will say though, I do feel like if you're just wanting to play like a main story and play through like a more normal game experience, I do think Arknights is better. Now you might just like the Epic 7 cast and world and whatever, and you might end up really liking it. But in terms of like a good, well-balanced PvE, campaign, like with proper challenge and everything, Arknights is way better. I think Arknights kind of crushes everybody right now when it comes to that. They did a really good job with like tuning the PvE content so it's not too easy, not too hard. Where Epic 7 is very easy to just trivialize everything and that kind of thing. And like you're either, it's easy to be like overgeared or undergeared, right? Those kinds of problems. That's just not really an issue in Arknights. Who needs AoE? Although I guess he does have some. You might not need a healer for this, because it's a killer stage. Yeah, I don't actually know. Someone from my Discord has said multiple times if you remember when I got Lionheart, and I don't. That was clearly not when I was playing the game actively. When I came back to the game, I didn't even remember there was a Moonlight version of her. So, and I logged in and I had her. I'm like, okay. And then someone in chat from Discord said they like remembered when I got her, so I'm guessing they were like in the guild and they saw the text pop up or whatever, I don't know. But yeah, I don't fucking remember that at all. I had no idea. Apparently she's good now, but yeah, I not a clue.
Enemies approaching.
I do really, I guess you can use her fire version, because aren't they giving away a free version of her fire self? I might use that to give her an imprint, because she has 0 imprint, obviously, and it can optimize her gear. It'd be very hard for me to get her enough crit chance. Right now, I could probably get her to like 70% crit, while having the other like high defensive and speed stuff that you'd want. So getting her imprints would really help. So my fire one though is like 1 imprint away from being max imprint, but that's not that big of a deal. So I'll probably give it to her if they are giving it away, so I can give her some extra crit.
I've lived for this moment.
Yeah, I assume I just logged in and just rolled whatever I had on Moonlight or whatever, and I just happened to get her or something. I have no idea.
There is no escape.
But yeah, it was clearly when I wasn't giving a shit because I didn't remember it.
Correct your posture.
Yeah, I kind of stopped playing actively, I think, after the Guilty Gear collab. But I remember, I think it was the event with, you know, Not Canis. I remember when that event happened. I actually played that event and actually read the event, and I played that a bit.
I'm with you.
And maybe like 1 or 2 other events I just would randomly play, but I did not play much.
Get behind me.
But I've been having fun with it lately. The main thing is I just kind of decided, you know, although I don't like the way the PvP is set up and everything, I guess I'll just have some fun with it and not take it too seriously. Kind of like Dark Souls, right? If you act like it's an esport, you're kind of just an idiot. Oh, there are reds here. Did not realize that. It's funny, I saw that people rate Dark Corvus now really lowly. His like character rating is like 3. And like that's just such a like ridiculous extreme mindset that is blatantly wrong, because there's like random 3 stars that are nice budget, you know, utility picks and stuff.
Ready?
But obviously they're not like the best characters in the game, but they'll be rated like, you know, 4.8, 4.9, shit like that. And then Dark Corvus is rated as a 3, so people are like, he's not the absolute best thing in the highest in meta, so therefore he's trash, and because, you know, it's just so stupid.
Victory is within our grasp.
Get ready, everyone. It's time to move.
Yeah, like, he's been doing really well for me when I do PvP stuff. And like, yeah, I'm sure there are characters that counter the shit out of him now, and there are more broken things than him, but that goes for a lot of the other characters that are sitting on a super high rating. Now, hey, if they want to buff them, I'm not going to complain, but,
Glory after all.
let's see, I don't think we really need to burn this.
Fear my axe. I'm with you. Should I show you my
Shame I
secret
didn't
weapon?
have to note down here.
It's not my fault if you get hurt.
I'm surprised she does that much damage, because mine's not, like, particularly well geared.
I'll show you how it's done.
The PvE is not super centered around very specific characters. Like, you can make some pretty silly team bumps and build around some pretty silly characters, and even with some of the hard content, you can come up with some pretty silly strategies using a lot of like pretty unknown characters and stuff. Like you can, there's a lot of wacky stuff you can do in PvE. In PvP though, it is definitely more strict. But it depends on how meta you get, because I've watched people mess around in the PvP, and if you're playing at like mid-level PvP and stuff, as long as you know what you're doing, you can use some pretty stupid setups and get some TP wins. Like, yeah, you're not going to have the world's highest win rate, you're not going to be beating the super sweaty tryhards and stuff, but you're not going to be fighting them that much either. So there's definitely room for just sticking around and using what you like and stuff. The main issue with the PvP, aside from just typical, it's a gacha game and, pay to win and that kind of stuff, is just the time investment you have to put into it to get your gear on par with other people. That is, like, a huge problem, I think, for a lot of people. But yeah, you can just have, you can get the gear on the side while doing the PvE and enjoy that for what it is. Well, I don't know if Poi's going to be here today, so let's go smack that expedition, because I'm curious to see what it's like. I haven't fought this one yet.
With a task like this.
Let me fight it on my own first, because I don't want chat to just melt it, because that's no fun. I want to get in there and, like, experience it for myself first. But yeah, we'll, I would like to do it with Poi though, because then we have to like really work to beat it, but yeah, I don't think he's here right now. Alright, so he can increase your cooldowns. He doesn't always. So, either having really high speed to outspeed him would be good, or I wonder if the buff resistance would stop that from happening. And then also, units that have really good skill 1s. Yeah. MFJ did really right. Like, we were doing that tier 3 one, right? And he killed it so fast. I was surprised though. I didn't like carry, but I was surprised I was able to do that tier 3 one and like not get crushed. I did an okay amount of damage and everything. I was surprised by that because I thought that tier 3 one would beat the shit out of me. But maybe that was just the easiest one for tier 3. Like, that guy didn't seem too bad. But yeah, I feel like I either want more speed than this guy can nerf. Or people that have very good skill 1s and stuff like that. Okay, so he's purple and he super counters light, so no light. Okay, what do we want to do here? Let's see. So in a setting like this though, like depending on the boss, I figure you'd want to use her other one with a 25% chance to attack again, and then like have a teammate that can like Raz or whatever, right? That can team attack reliably. Because I'm pretty sure this can proc on a team attack, and you could like be spamming, team attack nonsense. And just be getting her to do that over and over again. Does Joker work in this mode, by the way? Because, man, if you did something like that with her and gave her Joker, I figured that would be really good. Charles ain't too bad because of counterattack. Wouldn't care about the cooldown too much. How tanky is my Charles? I mean, it's decently tanky. My Crow is really tanky. Doesn't work in Expo. Yeah, they always gotta nerf it. It's because it's too strong. They realized it was like too strong. And here's why. I think this is what happened. One, early on they had no idea what they were doing. Like many gacha devs, they don't really plan ahead. So they kind of just made it without thinking about it. But if you look at Joker when they made it, like 8 years ago, that health of like bosses and shit. And even in PvP, right, like the health of people wasn't nearly as high. So they didn't think you could ever scale to anything too ridiculous. But then they realized like how optimized characters could be. Because I don't think they realized how strong the players could get when they first released the game, right? Like when you truly have optimized gear, like how much value a character can have. So you can kind of look at how they had to start ramping up the bosses as time went on, and the Abyss and everything else. They had to start just giving them ridiculous amounts of HP and stuff like that, because the player side was just broken. But they didn't predict that. They never thought that they were going to have to create bosses with that much health and be dealing with like that large of like damage ratios and stuff. And then obviously once you start getting to those outrageous health pools, you know, Joker is just absolutely absurd. And because it's a 3-star, right, they can't have people having the optimal artifact be a 3-star all the time. So they gotta, you know, incentivize people to get other artifacts for that money. So obviously they just started, you know, banning it essentially in a lot of content. So yeah, it kind of sucks, but you know, it is what it is. They still allow it though in like, you know, Wyvern 13 and Golem and all that. So I mean, it still is useful to people, but it's not definitely not as useful as it used to be. Okay, she's probably still worth using. Let's see. Right, these expeditions always attack your tank. Maybe I do want Crow then. I don't feel like my Charles is quite tanky enough for that. I mean, you can't use it in the tower, you can't use it in these. A lot of the, I don't remember if it works in Hall of Trials or not. I feel like it wouldn't, because of the way this game has been designed recently. Gonna do her. He's done pretty well in these for me, actually. I like how it asks you that, and then you can click do not display this again, and it'll still display it again like the next time you log in. Oh, he does have an ad. Okay, that explains that one ability. Dude, I love his design, though. He looks so cool. We got like that Kit Kat guy who looks similar, and he is really cool, but I'm totally going to gear him at some point just because he's awesome. But yeah, I love this one, though. This is really cool.
Radiant light.
Sadly, not playable.
Shall I have a go?
Oh, right, I forgot. He has that. I should have saved her second skill because she could do that and have gotten rid of it. I forgot. I literally read that before I did the boss and I slipped my mind.
Stay calm and think.
Yeah, she casts it right now and can get rid of it. Yeah, that's gonna mess Prowl up a good bit. Okay, I don't have to burn
I'll bet
for her
my
yet.
entire fortune on victory.
Okay, so the whole skill reset thing is gonna be less good here with next to my JHP. So I think I do a vanilla third skill, then the second skill to bring it back.
Enough.
Back in early days, we didn't have her, what's it called, exclusive equipment or whatever the fuck they call it. Okay, well, everyone is already almost dead, so that's great.
For a miracle.
I do use Terranor Guard some, I just don't have like a gear for them to really optimize them too much. But yeah, I really like the guards.
You've got a long way to go, kid.
They don't, the Royal Guard especially, I think, kind of struggles to keep up with, you know, even like more recent 3 stars, right? Which kind of sucks, but I'll probably end up using him too just because I like him. But yeah, I've used the regular guard. In the early days, I would use him, and sometimes I do like 2 teams for Wyvern, and they both worked. I had one where I used E-Not, like cycling his skill to do the defense down a lot, and then one where I used the guard, and, you know, obviously just spam skill 1, kill things. But yeah, his gear's not really up to snuff these days. Oh, my attack is gone.
Now isn't the time to
Can you
hesitate.
remove our buffs or something? Or the 2 turns already go by. I'm kind of not paying attention yet.
Back off now if you don't want to get involved.
Yeah, they're Krau's buddies. But yeah, I'm actually worried they're going to get a specialty change. And then they're going to like not have their helmets anymore, which would be really lame. But yeah, I'm kind of worried they're gonna. That's just the kind of shit that they would do.
In a real fight.
I really dislike that with the specialty changes, you don't get the option to
In the light's name.
like use their original appearance. And I'm not a fan of that.
beast of the West.
Cause like Helga, I prefer her original appearance. I don't mind her specialty change, but
Let's go.
I definitely prefer her like normal look. And then you got what's her face? That's got like a summer specialty change, and obviously makes. Oh, thank you for the raid, I appreciate it. But right, like her specialty changes makes her objectively stronger, right? And let's say you're wanting to use her as your Wyvern farmer or whatever, you're gonna want those upgrades. Like who's gonna want to not get those upgrades? But then now she has to be in like a joke, you know, summer skin forever. You have to throw volleyballs at people, right? Like it's kind of dumb. So then the reason they do it that way though is because sometimes the specialty change has like different like animations and stuff. So it would require like work on the dev end to allow you to use your original design with like the new animations, and they I don't think they think it's worth it, right? Like, you know, time is money, and so it takes, you know, time to make those sprite adjustments, and they probably figure most people aren't going to care enough, so that's why they don't do it, which sucks because there's quite a few specialty changes that I don't particularly like to design.
Shall I have a go?
Boy, hopefully Kraut can get his first kill here. So, now obviously this is the first time I've done this boss, so I don't really know what I'm doing. However, the other two bosses that I did, it was like really clear, like the first time I did it, like what setup I should bring next time. Where on this one, I'm still kind of like, I have no idea what I'm doing. Kind of weird mechanics in this one.
Don't be afraid.
I think I need Crow to go now, so I think the boss is going to do his thing here.
Foolish.
If you're ready, let's go.
You know what, I'm going to burn this so I can do his second skill as well.
Victory is right in front of us. Now isn't the time to hesitate.
The little cannon here actually is a playable trash mob. But the boss here is not.
Shall we get
He's got
going?
Kit Kat or whatever his name is. Actually saw someone just yesterday doing Guild Wars with him. Pretty funny. Guess I want to get the defense down. Boy, we are not doing super great. I mean, we're not doing terrible, having never done the boss before, but we are about to die.
Shall I have a go?
So it looks like the tank is really the only one that gets the cooldown reduction. So, you can kind of build around that.
I'll protect you.
Radiant
Well,
light.
is she still resurrected in this mode?
Protection.
Oh damn. I think I might just die immediately again, but hey, if we can get a little more gas here, I'll take it.
I shall honor you with my presence. Keep watching, everyone.
Man, we don't have the defense down, but I gotta just throw it out because we're about to die. If I had defense down right there though, that'd be so much better.
On my way.
And the lights now.
I mean, if I can hold on a little bit longer, I'll do it here. I actually ended up doing an okay amount of damage, now that I look at it. A bit better than I thought we would do.
Let me demonstrate. Now!
Prepare yourself.
Yeah, 400k, honestly, I'll take that.
Stay calm and think rationally. Trust nothing is possible.
Don't be afraid.
Put that here.
Now isn't the
I'm not
time
doing
to
rage
hesitate.
anyway. Hades called, he wants to come back. Alright, not too bad for, you know, not having done it before. Alright, MFJ, we'll let you, we'll let you go ham here. Let's see, where are you? Put me in codes and do it. Do I not have you? What the fuck? Or is your name not in it? No, your name has to be. I know I summoned you because, I used your support class tonight. Am I just that blind? Oh, it's recent invites. Why is that even a tab? What the fuck is the point of that being a tab? I guess if you're wanting to like invite the same person over and over again, but then they're probably in your guild or on your friends list, so... Alright. Let's see what he's got. I kind of want to... How much endurance does it cost? Because it's kind of fun to get into at the same time and like kind of look at your damage. The problem is my previous damage will still be on the screen. I'll leave it up. What do you want, Chad? Do we go in with MFJ so he has less time to do damage, or do we just sit here and see how much he does, how quickly? The thing is, I think it updates faster when you're in the game, in my experience. Because I've got plenty of energy refills because, you know, I didn't really play the game. So yeah, we'll go in. I might just sit there and look. So that way I don't take HP away from MFJ. But it's nice to get the live update. It's a shame though, if I could, I'd reset like the boss's health and reset my damage, and then we could see like how much faster he could go than me. So let me think, in future, what would I want to, you know, honestly, wouldn't Raz be good here? Raz, what the fuck his name is? I think it's Rez. Yeah, I figured he'd be alright here, because he's tanky enough, and then you could be doing his team attack thing to bring her in more. That'd be really good. Yeah, I have her as well. You could go triple, if you built her like a tank, you could just be like so much like team attack spam with that. It'd be ridiculous. She's random though, so she can pull the healer if you have one. And you could just not bring a healer, especially if you got like a really tanky tank. I don't know if I'm geared enough to be able to do that. Okay, well he's already up to 128k, so definitely going faster than me. She might not be worth it here if I do this in future. I'm not sure. I mean, like she's a fairly reliable way of getting defense down, and then her, you know, every once in a while her attack basically is one of your teammates' attacks instead. So I don't have a lot of like big boss heavy hitters right now. Already at 277. Okay. What we should do is start another one and do a tier 3 and let Ace and MFJ race. And I'll fight too, but obviously I will be in 3rd place by a lot, but that sounds like a good time because Ace and MFJ are both here, so. And if they're also up for dueling, I think it was MFJ wanted to have some people from like Discord duel on stream, so we could do that as well. I was gonna wait to do the real-time PvP, like the random queues, until I was more geared, but I almost want to start doing it now, just because I saw that you get a lot of, like, even if you're like bronze, you get a lot of, what is it called, conquest points. But, you know, I'm pretty shitely geared, so I don't know how well that would go. But even if you're in bronze, it's pretty good. Well, MFJ already ahead of me. That music is a little loud. Good song, though. 516. But yeah, I can do my placements and stuff. It wouldn't be bad. Even if I get wrecked, I'll still learn some stuff because there's so many new characters that, like, there's just a bunch of people that I have no idea, like, what activates their, you know, auto-activates. Because everyone has an auto-activate skill now because it's just the meta. I really wish, I don't like what the devs did. They basically realized that auto-activates were the meta, so they just start, anytime they wanted to make a new Moonlight or whatever that they wanted to, like, make the whales roll for, they would always, you know, to make the super good toolkit, it almost always has to involve an auto-activate skill. So now they're just on everyone. Right, like just everyone has an auto-activate skill. And now they're at, it's dead, coach. Okay, let me smack it here. But yeah, now like everybody has to, you know, either, and then they add like, you know, a character to counter the auto-activate stuff, right? It's so silly, like the whole thing. Destina got this. Alright, grab my loot here.
Hard at work.
Look at that fucking face. Ridiculous. Hey, that's not too bad. Although, effect resist on crit. Not exactly where I'd want that. But like, there are definitely like units that want effect resistance. Anyway, okay, let's make a tier 3 one. Let's do... I guess the blue one, because we have 2 of them. We'll do tier 3. Battery equivalent, yeah, kinda. Okay, don't invite all. We need MFJ, and we need... what was Ace's name again? So it was Moon Runs, but I think I have a couple people with Moon Runs. Okay, is this you, Ace? I think that's him. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, it's not that. It's gotta be. Yeah, okay, under MFJ. Alright. Alright, this team generally works well enough for me, so I'll use that. And yeah, I'm not gonna be in the running here, but we'll get in there so we can see them. I'll wait to start attacking though until they're both in. Yeah, no cheating, no getting ahead. Like, make sure you're both in here before you start murdering. Oh fuck, yeah, I gotta counterattack. Yeah, don't count.
Underestimate me at your own risk.
Alright, I think everyone's in, I think. Okay, I think we just go now. Alright, we'll do this number.
Don't take it personally. It's just business.
MFJ's in the lead right now, but obviously no one's done any damage yet, like in any serious capacity.
Foolish.
Try to free her as soon as possible.
It's time to draw my sword.
I should have done his 3rd skill, so I got the defense up. Thankfully, it procced the attack down, so basically the same thing.
Radiant light.
He 15%ed my defense break. It's over. Me too. That's fine.
Luminescence.
Yeah, I hate that though when you get 15%ed on. You get like all this effectiveness on a unit, and it's like, nope, fuck you. You geared up that for nothing. And I like how the opposite can't happen. You can't 15% land an effect when you don't have enough effectiveness, right? So it's very silly. Alright, Ace doing mad damage right now. Absolutely ridiculous.
King Aether, I would give my life.
Ace at 175k.
Don't be afraid.
Fucking nonsense.
Beast of the
Did I even free her last time? Did she get... No, she's getting freed now. Okay, we haven't gone around the wheel yet.
Spear will not dull until it pierces the heart of my enemy.
You might beat me. I'd be surprised if I did. I'd be surprised. Because, Charles is the only one here with even kind of decent gear. Like, Sinia is in blues. And definitely not optimized stats. Like, she has crit. And she can't crit, but it's like I just couldn't get gear that didn't have, like, not crit on it, so... It's actually embarrassing, like, how well she does for me when she's that poorly, geared. This song is, from Musty Hearts, which is a game that doesn't exist anymore. But, yeah, it's called Wings. Wings.
Leave it to me. Until the end.
And she's back in jail. I honestly can't figure out if it's worth me freeing her because she only gets to attack like one time, generally speaking. Yeah, I haven't... Shit, I'm not sure I can afford to do this right now. I think I need to actually burn... I think freeing her the first time is probably worth it, but then after that... I'm dead? Wow, MFJ actually really struggling here. Feels bad. Do you have like no green units?
How
Funny because green's my favorite, obviously, so I have a decent amount of greens, even if they're not geared too much.
Foolish.
Ace with almost
started?
600,000 damage right now.
Why, you little? I'll end you!
Watch
Ace
and
putting
learn.
us both to shame here.
Who taught you?
Underestimate me at your own risk. I'll show you what I've got.
Oh, got our defense
afraid.
down.
Destina's protection.
Look at all this green on the screen, though.
Correct your posture.
Man, I feel like Destina is just a lot better than Ray right now.
It's time to
And
draw my
no, I don't
sword.
mind Destina. She's a cool character, so I don't mind using her.
Has come.
But I would love it if Ray could be like my main healer, especially like in PvP. Because I can make him work in PvE, but like I'd love to be able to use him in PvP. But I don't think he's quite there. It sucks. He's awesome. Okay, I'm happy with that. 475. I didn't embarrass myself.
Not many can be trusted with a task like this.
Ace though, what the fuck, dude? Ace, what is your team? Like, can you screenshot your team for the audience? I'm curious what the fuck you're doing. Like, what the hell, dude? Is that normal, chat? Is it like, what the fuck? I died. I got bad RNG. Yeah, I remember last time you did like 950k or some crap. I could probably finish it off. I think it cost me less stam than everyone else because I'm the host. So, might as well.
You ready to get hit?
Let's see here. We'll do this right off the bat.
Watch your mouth. If you want to live.
Radiant light. Beast of the West.
This guy's hopeless. Been playing Arc Knight.
Watch carefully.
I swear I clicked the third skill, but I was doing it really, I was like
Get
double clicking like really fast. I got lucky again though and got the attack down soon.
I'll beat you to a pulp.
Although with Helga's effectiveness, actually, I think it's fairly
In the light's
reliable.
name. Radiant one for a miracle.
Come at me.
I hope they add more of these. I hope they just expand on this system and just give you more ways to play with your friends. And what I really want is them to make it where in the background you can see like the, you know, the top player that's not you. So if you're first, you see who's in second. If you're in second, you see who's in first, or etc. Like, and they're in the background. And then if you're duoing with a friend, it's just you and your friend doing it, right? You'll just see each other, right? And then you can have in the background, they're to make, you know, lore sense. You can do like a Dark Souls thing where like their boss looks kind of like a phantom, right, to you. That'd be really nice, even if it was a little laggy, like, because the real-time arena is a little laggy, right? Like, but that would be really cool, I think, if they did that. And then you could make more bosses like this. You can make some of them harder and stuff like that. I think that'd be really enjoyable.
I've lived.
You can level characters by just killing shit, but also you can get penguins,
Underestimate me at
and
your own
you feed them
risk.
penguins,
Don't look
and
down
that
on me.
upgrades them. And like, you can get penguins. There's some like events when you do stages, they'll just drop. Every so many stages, you'll like auto create one. You can go to your base, and you can spend stigma to create them faster. Stuff like that. So yeah, there's a bunch of ways to get penguins. Okay, not the best. Oh yeah, what was Ace's team? Biken, Sword Lady, what the... Dinya, makes sense. Actually, Hive Biken, I got her on the rerun, but I have not leveled her yet. Copying Ace's team was significantly better than one I was using. Well, that works. Yeah, you can go here was it Forest of Souls? And like they're made automatically, but then you can spend Stigma to make them quicker. And then I'm pretty sure like the event right now, I'm pretty sure, where is it? Side story. I'm pretty sure like the farming nodes, I think, drop them, if I'm not mistaken. At least on Hell mode, I think they do. I really need to do these actually. I might do that on stream. Oh, you know what? We'll show off MFJ's versus mine here. Crimea, Sirmia, where the fuck her name is. Fuck, he's not on my list. And this game doesn't have a refresh. What does change do? Like, is that just a difficulty? Let's see if we can wait until we can get him. Friends list, yeah. I mean, it could be worse. At least they allow you to not summon a friend if you want to, like, do something completely on your own. Oh yeah, we'll do our
Treasure your new connections.
Our rolls here. For freebies. Did she ever get a class change? It seems like the kind of character they would give it to. My boy E-Not. I'm like one of the only people that likes him. Obviously he's a jackass, but it just kind of makes him an enjoyable character, honestly. Shitface. Yeah, he is absolutely a shitface. He's kind of cool. Definitely a unique character. What's her name? Grandmother, I think. Alright, nothing too of note here. He was not in the game when I last played, so I do not have his imprint max. Actually, there's so many new 3-stars that I don't have their imprints. Speaking of new 3-stars, I actually saw one last night I might level. I'm not crazy about his design. I don't hate it though. But one, he's one of the few dudes in the game, and then two, he actually has kind of a cool shit. I think he's a ranger. Yeah, this guy actually doesn't seem terrible for like a tech option in PvP, because if you max out this skill, it's a 100% chance to do the D-spell, and I think it's AoE, so you can do AoE debuff or buff clear to the enemy team. Just boom. That's not bad, and then his normal attack also can remove buffs. So I could see him being a good tech option for like for PvP stuff. But I'm not crazy about his design. All of the like techie, like new 3-stars they added, they all kind of look like dorks. But he's all right. I don't mind him. I kind of hate him. Not gonna lie. What his design? I mean, I don't hate it, but I absolutely do not love it. Here we can show his stuff up here.
I'll destroy you. Everyone, please stand back. Granting enhancements.
Oh yeah, he gets an extra turn off that. So you could do that if the enemy didn't have like an auto-activate skill to wreck it, and then go right into his third skill. He does kind of look like an Overwatch character. I agree. However, chat, you gotta admit, the sound effects here on this first skill here are pretty good.
Everyone, please stand back. I'll destroy you.
That ain't bad.
Mode activate.
I'm guessing he would want speed, effectiveness, so then I don't know. But yeah, I figure you want him to like go crazy fast, because you want to just like open up and remove buffs. Because, you know, the way this game is, they're going to find some auto... They're going to start with buffs one way or another. I don't know if you need to be tanky or not. Yeah, I'm not 100% sure how you'd want to gear this guy, but I think I'm going to at some point. He's kind of cool. Seems good for a 3-star. Alright, hold on. I got some 3-stars, so that... Jesus Christ! So last night... I was doing I'm in Challenger right now in Arena. Anyway, I did a match, and this guy, most of his team was kind of whatever. It wasn't like some of his units were just kind of eh. But he had what's her name, Penelope, she was so geared. I could not believe how geared she was. Like this man has clearly done nothing but try to min-max the living shit out of her, and the entire team, although the other units, some of them were like decently geared, but they weren't like, you know, definitely not as optimized as she was. But the whole team was basically designed around helping her and keeping me from killing her. And you know, I don't have a lot of unit options. You know, I've only got a handful of units built, so it's not like I can make whatever team I want to counter it. And I did win, but it took forever. Like, it took a very long time. And I am not kidding, she hit my Dark Corvus for like 20,000 with her skill 1, right? And my Dark Corvus thankfully has like 35,000 health, so it wouldn't kill him. But like, I mean, just her skill 1, she's just like tapping him and then he almost explodes. I was like, fucking really? Yeah, I had to use I think I used Crow, Dark Corvus, Destina, and then I forget what the third unit was. So I kind of just like tanked them to death, because she was like the only thing on the team that was like a threat, really. But I just could not believe how geared she was. Like, she had so much health, so much fucking attack. Like, I mean, the attack was just absolutely outrageous. And like, because I was going slow, she like scales this 3 times. So she's giving herself like a stat increase. But yeah, it was ridiculous. It was absolutely ridiculous. I mean, the armored dude lived. I'm just saying. Crow died, but then I rezzed him with Destina. But yeah, Crow did die at some point. Also, it's really fucked up. Now I'm remembering this now. I had Crow with that team attack thing, where he takes, you know, he makes you tankier and he takes some of the damage for you, right? And she was still hitting Dark Corvus for like 20,000, right? So he's got a defense bonus in. So this is funny too. So I gave this to Dark Corvus because I figured you don't want him getting like silenced or taunted or any of that when he goes to do his third skill. And then I checked, so I just, you know, off the, I was like randomly like, yeah, that seems good. But I checked usage statistics, and that's like what everyone gives him. It's kind of funny that there's not a better one, because, you know, it's just a 4-star. I would have figured there'd be a 5-star one, but I figure a lot of people don't, like, use him anymore. But it just is funny that I just randomly gave him that, and that's like the most... Yeah, look, that's ridiculous, though. Like, he's not, like, super meta anymore, but 3.2? Like, bullshit, right? Like, that's so stupid. I'm sure, like, there's so many other units that are clearly weaker than him that are going to be higher rated than that. Yeah, someday I want my Crow to just have God tier gear. He's got a really good helmet. Like this is, well, not the attack, but I'm gonna what is it called, modify. I'm gonna modify the attack of it. But this is like decent for now, so I'm happy with that. But almost none of his other gear is actually that good for him. Although he's tanky, I need him to be a lot tankier than that. But yeah, one day I'm gonna try to have a super geared Crow, because he's just a cool character. Yeah, from what I've seen, it's like, most of the PvP is not that serious, so like you don't have to use the most meta shit ever. It doesn't matter. I don't think it rolled any into the flat attack, I don't think. So the re-rolling stat thing was not in the game when I played last, but I was looking at it last night. I'm pretty sure when you replace a stat, I do think it's like downgraded a little bit, but I'm pretty sure it's like based on, because I figured it would be like the minimum amount, but I think it's based on like what was rolled into it. Like, so, because I was looking at it, if I would replace, you know, stat 1 or stat 2, like I was using a percent attack as a like scapegoat, the percent attack that it would give me was greater if the stat I was replacing was greater. So I'm assuming it's, yeah, I figured it would be graded down a bit, like it's, so like optimally you'd want to get a piece of gear that you never had to re-roll, but obviously it's very difficult to do that, so it's still worth doing like a lot of the time. But yeah, the more rolls you got into it, the stronger it is, but it's still downgraded. But still, for some of these characters, you know, it's just taking too long to get like super optimized gear, so I figure I should do that. So I guess you actually want to do expeditions a good bit then, though. So I haven't paid attention. Do the different bosses, do they have different loot tables for those thingies? Let me see here. gonna do one with a random here. Okay, this is this the team I do for that? Fuck it, we'll go, we'll see. Yeah, do these have different, or are they all, they'll they all drop equally? Okay, so you can just, you know, fuck around and do whatever.
You've got a long way to go, kid.
How the fuck did this guy work again? I remember you can't buff teammates, I remember that. I guess we'll just do this right off the bat.
Do not fear.
Shall I have a go?
Crow probably doesn't want that team thing. I should probably have given him like a more straight tanky one for himself.
I'll cut your
That might actually be a problem.
An opening.
Nice.
Watch and learn.
Let's see, might as well buff myself.
For King Arthur,
Yeah, the gems are
I
just
would
random.
give my life.
I'll bet my entire fortune on victory. Enough.
Maybe I should have done her second skill right away. That way the team attack would incorporate the greater attack up. Now that I think about that.
Now.
Man, it's a shame you can't get buffs from teammates in this boss fight, because Charles could give her the attack up. So like, she could give herself the attack up when it wears off, Charles gives her the attack up, and then hers would be back. That'd be fucking amazing for this stage, but yeah, you can't do that. Yeah, actually, my account doesn't have a lot of units that could actually give her an attack up without pulling like the team down a lot. Like Helga's a very like specific pick. Like you'd either want, I think, Carmelo or Helga. I think putting them both on the team for a lot of stages would be kind of a problem.
What fool dares to challenge
You can
me?
definitely buff stack in this game.
Can you hold out?
Let's see, like, there's only so many you can get out at a time. It's definitely not, you can't do it as much as you can in FGO. Like, absolutely not. But, you know, you can do, like, defense down, crit damage up, greater attack up, targeted, right? You can get quite a few, you know, Arky's buff, right? There's all kinds of nonsense you could stack and do an outrageous amount of damage. But yeah, not as extreme as FGO. But you can do quite a bit.
Let me demonstrate.
But you also, an important distinction, buffs of the same type do not stack. If she does her second skill right now, she won't push herself, but I think I gotta do it anyway. She's basically useless if she doesn't have it. Although I could have applied the defense down there.
I'll show you how it's done.
Back off now.
But yeah, if you got like 2 attack ups, they don't stack. You can't like have like 2 defense downs or, you know, 2 crit ups. So you can only have 1 of each. So they have to be a different type. Okay, after we get smacked here, I guess Prowl will do his third skill.
Stay calm and think rationally. Drive them out.
Wait a minute, I feel like I made a mistake. Doesn't he like, when he does his thing, doesn't he clear your buffs or something? Well, she already got her 2 turns actually, so...
I shall honor you with my presence.
Watch carefully.
Oh fuck, we haven't actually broken the shield yet. Damn it, we didn't break it. Not that big of a deal, but I kind of wasted it. If you're not gonna break the shield, there's no point in doing all that damage, like using the defense down and stuff. Because it doesn't actually damage the boss.
I'll cut your throat.
Guess we'll burn this to get the defense down right away.
Shall we get going? How about we try it a little harder? Back off now if you don't want to get involved. There is no mercy.
Also, greater attack up doesn't stack with regular attack up. I think it does. Isn't there a new buff I saw? It wasn't in the game when I last played, but I saw a unit had like a skill called like Valor or something that gives you like a 30% attack up and defense up or something like that. It's not as great as normal. Yeah, Vigor, that was it. Yeah, that was absolutely not in the game when I played last. But anyway, I assume that stacks because it's a different buff icon, etc., etc.
Determine the victor.
Now isn't the time to hesitate.
Stay calm and think
Oh,
rationally.
Firekin had it? Did he really? Huh. God, I haven't seen that character in quite a while.
Do not fear.
I do not
Got a
remember
long
that.
way to go, kid.
Do I want to do this to refresh the... Yeah, fuck it.
Now.
On my way. I'll my entire fortune on
I am the only guy actually doing this boss right now. No, I think the host is
You're
AFK.
ready. Let's go. I'm charging.
Let me demonstrate. An opening!
Nice.
It's time to draw my sword. This way.
Is it my turn?
You've got a long way to go, kid.
What fool
It was the
dares
only
to
one at a
challenge
time. Yeah, I saw it was on like a Moonlight, forget which. I think it's that one lady, that Charles smacks in the story. I forgot her name.
Now isn't the time to hesitate.
I forget a lot of people's names. I remember Charles,
I'll show you how
Crow,
it's done.
right? Tywin. Like, I got those. Everyone else is just Bob.
Who taught you?
Stay calm and think rationally.
Still didn't break the shield. If I do her second skill, I don't think she'll go before the boss. I could like do an attack, hope we get a dual attack proc, just through luck. Yeah, let's go RNG. Didn't think so.
Correct your posture.
Shall I have a
We
go?
removed the defense sound, very nice. I like how Charles just told a magical puppet to correct his posture. I mean, to be fair, his posture is kind of shit, but again, he's a puppet.
We'll take you down one
Not sure how
by
much
one.
control he's got over what's
No,
happening
if
here.
you don't want to get involved. Keep watching, everyone. I'll bet my entire fortune on victory.
Do like a last hurrah.
Shall we bet on it?
Stay calm and think rationally. Drive them out!
On my way.
Watch carefully.
Gonna berserk, I think, next turn.
Now isn't the time to hesitate. All troops, advance!
Decent.
You've got a long way to go, kid. An opening!
Nice. Shall we get going?
Apparently, I'm doing best on this one. Well, the other one for tier. Well, the blue one was tier 3.
Demonstrate.
But anyway, I'm surprised I did better on this one.
I'll protect you. Advance!
I could have gotten like one more go with a DPS there. Could have gotten 610. Not too bad.
Not many can be
Oh,
trusted.
now everyone's here. There we go.
Lucky if you
I don't think I need to enter again. I'm sure they'll finish it off. That was funny though. There was just nobody doing it. Hopefully they'll just blow it up here. So are you allowed to join multiple at once and still come back and get the loot? Like if you go do these while you're waiting, can you come back and then collect the loot? Yes. So I figure that's what a lot of people do is they just kind of jump around, you know, tag as many as possible, and then just loot them all. As many as you want, Jesus. Well, it says 1 out of 20, but good luck doing 20 of them before someone would finish. So, can you not host the tier 3s for randoms? Do they have to be friends and guildmates? I forget. So I noticed you never see people doing the tier 3 ones. I'm surprised they haven't killed it yet. Oh, there we go. Just hadn't updated. We Full Metal Alchemist, boys. Lesser attack percent. Yeah, I figured tier 3 was the most to do. But 2 is fine. 1 isn't worth. 1 must be just so easy. I can't even imagine why anyone would do it. Because I mean, I'm pretty scuffed and I can handle the higher ones. So They should add like a stupid hard version though for the people that are like crazy in Max, just to give them something to work at. All right, let's see here. Let's see if we can get MFJ. This is such a random collab. Are they like popular? Like I don't keep up with popular music in the slightest, so I would have no idea. But are they like big in Korea or something? I've never heard of them. Not that I would really hear of a lot of them. Like I actually really couldn't name like any like a movie star. The only movie stars I could name were like really old. I have no idea who like up and coming like actors and shit are. Like not a fucking clue. Okay, if we want MFJ on the front here, we gotta only bring 3. So from what I've seen, because like MFJ's gear is a lot more optimized. His is almost exactly like mine, except faster. Like mine has slightly more health, like a 2,000 more health, and whatnot. But we do almost the exact same damage, like very comparable. But his is just faster. So I'm pretty sure. My assumption is you've done like speed gear that has really good offensive stats, because I don't have speed gear. And like I have speed as like a subset on I think a few things, but I don't have like a speed set. And there's like no way I could do one right now because I don't have speed gear with like that good of substats. I got some okay substats, but not like that good. But yeah, we're basically the same unit except yours is just faster, which is obviously a big plus. What would be good with them? Give them the crit damage from her. Do I need a healer? We might need a healer. I think the enemies here actually do hit kind of hard. Yeah, we'll bring Destina. Alright, let's see some numbers here. Yeah, we'll see it like right as we get in that his just has way more speed than mine. But then we should see pretty comparable damage numbers. So look at this. His is right here, mine's way back there. Because like right now, there's just no way for me to get like really good damage on her without her being slow. And so like, you know, I rely on team attack stuff or like Golem. When I'm farming Golem, you don't need that much speed to just one-shot him. But she can essentially one-shot him, so. Or one-turn him. I think I can kill Golem before Golem gets an action, I'm pretty sure.
You owe me one now. I shall honor you with my presence. Enough.
We're gonna hear these voice lines a lot. Because they're both going to be doing it. So I could totally see R push her right now to ramp up another time. Yeah, fuck it, I'm doing it.
I'll bet my entire fortune on
wow, she's going again.
Keep watching, everyone.
Okay, so she's out ramping mine quite a bit. She's gone twice. So she'll get this 3 stacks like immediately. I don't even have A stacks.
I shall honor you with my presence. You owe me one now.
But yeah, mine's got more HP, so that's like the only thing mine's got going for it. And it's not enough to make any real difference. I should have swapped their placements around. I don't know why I didn't do that. She's actually tanky.
Back off now if you don't want to get involved.
Hey look, 3 stacks. And now she's even faster than mine, because I think quarter coin stack gives you more speed.
Shall we bet on it? Soldier, raise your spears.
Wow, yours is actually now going faster than her, which is surprising because she's got like 2, I don't know, 16 speed or something like that. Like it's quite a bit.
What fool dares to challenge me?
Slowly catching up. Don't worry about it.
Back off now if you don't want to get involved. Can you hold out much longer? Shall we bet on it? I'll bet my entire fortune on victory.
So she's already max ramped, so I'll do skill 1 here. There's no reason to do it again. I think yours is a bit behind normally, but when you got border coin going, then you're ahead. Kind of sucks actually because you're ahead. I'm gonna miss the buff. I could wait, but I don't think it's worth it to wait.
Keep watching, everyone.
You're gonna regret this.
What fool dares to challenge me? I'll blow you away.
36,000.
For the sins
Yeah, if you could have gotten this first, you'd have done quite a bit more than that.
Wanna see something cool?
See, this is why I should have put my tank in the tank slot, because I think mine might die before I get to do anything. Oh no, no.
And the lights now.
Barely died. That's got the stupid, like, follow-up attack there.
Glory.
I should have swapped these two units around. Do I lose my stacks because I died? Oh, I lose my crit buff. Fuck you, game.
To challenge no mercy.
Should have put the tank in the front. Still 30k. I'll take it, but she would be dead, I think, if some of that shit went a little bit better. I'd do that one more time where we push up in the
if you don't want to get
the back row. God damn it. Yeah, this stage drops penguins, I'm pretty sure, like, all the time. And then, yeah, if, like, your units don't need XP, the XP goes into penguins, which then you can give to other units, so. Although we could use someone else just to, you know, see damage on other people. Or we just use MFJs, and then we, like, try to buff stack it as much as possible, but, his actually kind of has too much speed. Let's see. We could buff stack mine really easy. So, like, we could try to... Let me just do that in Golem. I'll show what I've been doing on Golem. Hey man, when I last played seriously, there was no Golem 13 and Wyvern 13. So this is kind of weird. So I remember back in my day, like, Golem was generally considered the easiest, and he still probably is, because it's just very, very straightforward in the way you approach it. But, like, now with the 13 versions, the Wyvern is really easy for me to auto, right? Like, really easy to auto. But, it was a bit harder, I guess, to set up for. But, like, right now, I can't auto Golem 13. I can do 12 and 11, but the AI is just way too fucking stupid, and like I can't auto it reliably right now. I think the win rate would be like 20% if I autoed it. But it's like the easiest one ever to just, like, play it, right? Like, if you play it yourself. So it's just kind of funny. I think I was gonna auto it. I would need to do, like, Res as, like, the tank, and then probably don't bring a 4th unit so they don't proc the counterattack so much. So I'd probably do, like, Res, Crimea, or Sirmia, whatever, and then have her do her, like, first skill setup. Because the thing is, the AI is too stupid to do the 3rd skill properly. So probably do her, like, first skill with the extra attack thing, and then have Res do it. That will probably work. But I don't have him geared yet. But yeah, if I don't do something like that, I don't see, like, if I try to, like, make the AI, you know, use her the way I have her set up right now, the AI is just so fucking stupid that, like, it's not happening. And they'll attack, like, if you have a healer, the healer will attack Golem, right? And then give him the counterattack more. It's like, Jesus Christ. But yeah, Wyvern is, like, I think actually harder to gear for, or, like, to have the characters ready for, but it's easier to auto, because it's like, the AI won't be a moron, where the AI is, like, really stupid. Let's see. What was I doing for this? I think I was doing that, I think. See if we don't fuck it away. Is this Golem? Am I clicking the right thing right now? Yeah, okay. I want to make sure I didn't go fight Wyvern or some crap. Dude, I know I say this every time I fight Golem. Why is he a horse now? Right? Like, I hate this design. Like, it looks so stupid. He's got, like, the buck teeth. Just looks like an idiot. Where, you know, he used to look like a, you know, a Chad, right? You know, back then it was like Golem 10. Yeah, that was the last time he actually looked like a Golem. And then I think it's Golem 11 and on, he looks like an idiot. Yeah, like Golem 11, and he's a horse. And I think Golem 12 is a horse. Like, why did they do this to my boy? Right? Like, what? Why? It's so random that he's like a horse now. I don't get it. I actually wish Golem was playable. I actually really like the design. You know, I like a VC Braun, you know, in FGO, and he's all about golems, whatever. Yeah, I would totally play as this. Even if he was smaller, I don't think they'd let him be playable if he was that big, but yeah, I'd play that. Yeah, Fury likes the horse, but he's a heathen.
Do not cower in fear.
Yeah, fucking a VC Braun, though, is like the only character in FGO that gets weaker when you grail him. I hate that so much. Because, you know, I'm all happy to have one of my favorite characters as a 3-star, because then they're easy to get, and then you can grail them, and it's like, hey, it's budget unit, but stronger, right? That's cool. But, yeah, VC Braun gets weaker when you make him stronger. Very aggravating.
Stay calm and think rationally.
Yeah, I haven't streamed FGO much lately, but that's because they don't have any content.
Radiant light.
But, you know, maybe someday. I mean, obviously Lost Dawn 7's coming, so we'll probably stream that. Definitely make videos for it.
Back off now if you don't want to get involved. You owe me one now. I'll bet my entire fortune on
I've never wailed in any of these games. I've never had a problem with that. But yeah, if you do find that you're like have problems with gambling and things like that, it is not a bad idea to stay away from Gacha again, because they're happy to accommodate, you know, people that have problems with like self-control or fear of missing out and all that kind of stuff. They're happy to welcome the people that have those problems, right? Even when the games are very free-to-play friendly, though, they're still like totally happy to have people spend way too much money and that kind of stuff. So I really don't like. That's the thing I dislike about these games the most. You know, I play them all free-to-play, and I still have fun with them playing them free-to-play. The thing for me is I actually think these games are more fun free-to-play because, like, it's more challenging, and you know, the things that like are special stand out more and stuff like that, right? So I actually prefer these games free-to-play, but that's definitely not the mindset of a lot of people.
For every tear you've shed.
Yeah, it is shocking how little content is in FGO, and like there's no story replay, and there's just like there's no replay value like at all in the game. You can't go do like, hey, I got this new unit that's designed for boss battles, and I'm not allowed to go fight any challenge quests because fuck me, right? Like it's really silly. Okay, I think I do this, and then Destiny push, and then
in the light's name. Foolish.
She almost can go again before everybody without the push. If she had more speed, she could.
Now!
On my way. What fool dares to challenge me? Keep watching, everyone. Back off now if you don't want to get involved.
So sometimes she like just barely doesn't kill it. I had to say something. Yeah, well, you know, it still dies. But sometimes she kills it. We had just like a little bit more attack on either one of them, it would probably work. I mean, their in-game is anytime they add new main story, and then when there are challenge quests from an event. And like the thing about FGO is they pretty often when they put out challenge quests are good. Although this last, I don't know, year, it's been a little hit or miss. But like whenever FGO has good boss fights, okay, I'll say this is the thing for like Arknights, Epic 7. You know, FGO. Arknights, I think, has the best consistency by a lot. They just consistently put out good PvE content. You know, they have a set in-game stat line, unlike Epic 7, where it's like endless grinding and optimized units is like 30,000 times stronger than a casual player's unit. So like, how are you going to make PvE content for both, right? You can't. So like Epic 7 has a lot of content that is either going to be way too hard for you or way too easy for you. And then once you get geared enough to do the content that was too hard for you, the content that was like just right is now way too easy, right? So Epic 7 has a real problem with being able to, like, it's not a smooth experience like in Arknights, where Arknights you're just constantly, when you're playing through the story or doing events, you're just constantly able to find content that is like challenging and interesting. And then once you get to the end game, there's a lot of in-game content all of the time, and the stat line never moves, right? Or Epic 7, I think, actually has the worst boss fights out of the 3 games. Now, there are a few good ones. They're not all bad. You know, I have seen some boss fights in Epic 7, like, oh, you know, that was fun. And, you know, as you're playing through the game, it's fun to work up the ladder of, like, Wyvern and Banshee and Golem and all that, right? You know, it's fun to build up your team to counter those bosses. And these exposition bosses are alright. You know, it's fun to build a team but I think for a lot of people that have been playing a long time, it's going to be really easy to overgear the expedition bosses, and it's a joke. That just doesn't really happen, like in Arknights and even FGO, right? Well, FGO is kind of hit or miss. But like Arknights, almost any time they put out a major boss fight or EX stages or stuff like that, it's always fun and interesting no matter like how strong your account is, right? That's just not how Epic 7 is. It just isn't, right? The game is just, it's because of the gear. Right? Because like Genshin Impact is the same way, right? Genshin Impact and Epic 7 basically have the exact same gearing system, right? It works almost the exact same way in every way imaginable, and they have the exact same problems because of it. The thing is, that's not true, Ninja. Like, people always say this, and that's just, first off, which one you like more is subjective, and it's just not true, because the devs still, almost all development work that goes into the game is actually PvE. That's just a fact. And the reason for that is because PvP requires no effort on their part. And that's why it's in the game. Basically every gacha game, you know, other than like Arknights and FGO, has PvP to some extent. And they do that because, like, what PvP is ultimately, now you can have more fun with it than this, but ultimately what PvP is an endless treadmill to get a bunch of fucking whales to non-stop spend money to try to constantly stay relevant and constantly fight each other for their pride and e-penis. Right? People are just so upset, you know, I whaled the whole lot and now I can be in the absolute top, you know, like 5% and act like I'm special, and that's totally worth, you know, $50,000. That's what most PvP is in these games. That's a fact, and that's why almost all the devs do it. That's not where the development time for the devs go. Because do you realize how little effort they actually put into the PvP in this game? Like, it's almost none. It's like 2 guys doing balance patches, and that's it. They don't do anything, right? And I guarantee you, if this game was nothing but PvP, if you removed all the PvE out of it, no one would play this game. Right? Like, no one... Everyone, dude, my viewers know what I'm talking about. Why is every time someone comes in here trying to defend Epic 7, why is it the same conversation every time? They always come in and they say, PvP is the end game, and then you say it's, you know, a stupid pay-to-win gacha game, and then they say, no, it's not, because what makes a difference in PvP is grinding and having good gear, right? This is a conversation every time. And then, you know what I say? Yes, you have to grind. You could never do well in PvP without grinding for endlessly, right? There's no way, obviously, but it's still pay to win. Like, for example, right? Oftentimes the meta units, because the meta units are always cycling, right? They're Moonlight units. Free-to-play people are not getting every Moonlight unit that comes out, right? They'll get a few, right? But no free-to-play is ever going to consistently keep up with the highest tier PvP. And then, for example, right? You know, it's hard to gear her as survivability like as possible. Like, mine's not geared yet, but she's, you know, work in progress. But it is hard for her to get 100% crit chance while also getting like the defense and speed and stuff that she's going to need. You know what makes it a lot easier? If she's got a free 16, almost 17% crit chance. That is very relevant. A free-to-play is not going to just casually get her to SSS, and then like the next Moonlight unit comes out that's meta, right, you know, after her, and then get their imprint, right? That's just not going to happen, right? Like it doesn't matter that like the grinding, you know, has a big impact on it or not, right? But anyway, so back on point, if this game was only PvP, almost no one would play it. I guarantee you, if this game did not have PvE, this game would have already shut down. I guarantee you. If this game was just like the grind and the PvP, this game would have already died. And this game has never been, you know, has never been that popular, ever, right? If you look at the earnings reports every month, in Asia or globally, Epic 7 is generally getting shit on. But what gets almost everyone into this game, right? What gets almost everyone into this game is just, oh hey, they see someone playing it, they like the characters, they want to play through the story. That's pretty much the only reason people get into this game. And then if they really like it, or they're just, you know, a whale e-penis nonsense, then they might get really into the PvP or whatever. But what keeps people in this game is the PvE. That's just a fact, and that's most games like this. I'm not sure there's like, I mean, there's a few PvP, I guess, gacha games and like Clash of Clans and stuff that are almost nothing but PvP. But generally, you're just not gonna get people. That's like saying the in-game of Elden Ring is PvP, right? That's like saying, like, really, that is bull. And I'm a huge PvPer in Elden Ring, right? That's my favorite thing to do. The whole reason I play Elden Ring and Souls games is the PvP. When Dark Souls 4 comes out or whatever. You know, all I'm thinking about is the PvP, right? But I'm not on so much copium to think that's actually what gets people into these games. It's not, and that's not where the development time goes. And that's not the end game. It's the end game for me, right? Right? Actually, I think Elden Ring is a very fair comparison. It's actually, I think it's very similar because the PvP is a joke, right? Acting like the PvP in Elden Ring is like esports is ridiculous. It's unbalanced tosh, right? But it's fun anyway. That's exactly the same in Epic 7. The PvP can absolutely be fun, but it's unbalanced garbage, you know, and it's affected by like pay-to-win stuff. Elden Ring isn't affected by pay-to-win stuff, but the PvP is still a joke. It has terrible netcode. It's unbalanced. It's asymmetrical, for God's sakes, right? It's nonsense. But people enjoy the shit out of it anyway, and people get really sweaty about it anyway, and play it endlessly anyway. But it's actually a minority that do that. But it's a very big minority. It's the vocal minority, and all the internet content around Elden Ring is centered around the PvP. Right? When people put out videos, right? Like people that stream it, right? People that can, you know, consistently will put out YouTube videos for it. It's the PvP, right? That's the thing that lasts and lingers. That doesn't make it the end game, right? That's just the thing that, you know, it's got the most replay value, obviously, because PvP always has more replay value. But yeah, no, I think Epic 7 and Elden Ring are very comparable in that the main reason people get into the game and play it is because of the story, the characters, you know, the PvE experience. And the reason why the hardcore people stick around is the PvP, absolutely. But it's delusional that people do this a lot though, where all they're surrounded by is like in Elden Ring. It's very easy to only see other PvPers because everyone that's a lot of people, not everyone, but streaming Elden Ring is like speedrunning and PvP. That's pretty much it, right? Most of the consistent YouTube videos that come out are PvP clips and things like that, right? And what pretty much all people will talk about if you're on like a Discord server, like the main Elden Ring Discord server, when it comes to builds and how you're making new characters and stuff, it's all PvP centric. So it's very easy to be part of that community and think that's all there is, that's all people care about. And never mind the like millions of casuals that are never going to ever even go on a Discord. They're not watching the streams. They just play the game, you know, and that's that. And the end game for them is Malenia. It's Elden Beast. That is the end game, right? And in this game, it's like the Abyss. It's the hunts. It's the, you know, final bosses and the story. It's when they add new main story. That's the end game for most people. I think people really underestimate how many fucking casuals play these games, right? Be it Elden Ring, Epic 7, FGO. Most people, and you can see the statistics on this, when you look at like a lot of statistics on like how many people have grailed units or have logged in, some of these games will share that kind of data. And then you look at how many people are active in streams, Discords, even how many like rooms are up in like Epic 7 for PvP and things like that. And you realize you're not even a fraction of the percentage of these players, right? Like the amount of people that just casually play FGO and never get on the Discord, never watch videos, never make videos, and same thing for Epic 7. Like the content creator side of things, the PvP, you know, like the amount of people actually doing ranked, like seriously, and all that in these modes and stuff, it is such a tiny percent. It's nothing, right? Now, that being said, the Epic 7 endgame for PvE isn't very good, right? Like, it's not. And so it's easy for a PvPer to be like, oh yeah, well, the endgame is PvP. It's easy to have those optics, but that's not actually, you know, what it is, right? You know, what most people are, No joke, what most people are going to be the most excited for, the casuals and stuff, is when they add new main story and shit like that. It's not, oh my god, they did a slight balance update to the real-time arena, right? Here's the thing, though. I can tell you why a lot of people don't want to do the real-time arena in Epic 7. It's because of the gear, right? Because and they're not even wrong. I think a lot of people, that's why I haven't done it yet. I'll do it soon, though. You know, I mean, I've done real-time PvP, but you know, not the ranked yet. But it's because a lot of people are like, everyone's going to be playing that. It's going to be a try-hard, and they're going to have way better gear than me, and I'll just get stomped. And they're not even wrong if you play it enough. And also, some people are just afraid of PvP in general. You know, I like PvP almost even when it's bad. I normally like it. I just enjoy it, right? Like, cause again, I love Souls games, and you know, I play them, you know, loads and loads and loads. You know, I stream them a lot, and I love the PvP. It's fucking terrible, you know, laggy, unbalanced nonsense, but I love it. You know, I like PvP. It's something I always enjoy. So it's easy for me to be like, oh, why would someone not want to PvP? But I've got enough experience in life that a lot of people are like afraid of competition, right? And they've never really tried it. And you'll see this in MMOs a lot, right? You know, people get called like Care Bears and stuff. But what happens a lot is people they're afraid of being like embarrassed. They're afraid of looking like a noob. And you're always gonna, when you're not used to something, you're always gonna be bad at it. You're not gonna, like in Epic 7, when you haven't like gotten to the hardcore meta, you're not gonna know what units to bring and what counters what, and you're gonna get shit on. And especially if you're a newer account or an unprepared account, your gear's gonna be a lot worse, and you're gonna get outstatted, right? And so the fear of like getting stomped like that prevents people from doing it at all. And sometimes that's fine. Not everyone's going to enjoy PvP anyway. But I think a lot of people, if they could get over that fear and get used to something, they would enjoy it, right? And there's a lot of fun that can be had in PvP that I think a lot of people don't give it a chance. Now, it's not going to be for everyone, and I don't mean for Epic 7. I think Epic 7 especially is not going to be for everyone, because you have to grind and grind and grind and grind and grind to keep up. So there's all kinds of reasons not to do it in Epic 7. But in a lot of games, I think a lot of people, if they would give it a chance, would actually enjoy it more. Yeah, so honestly, the one aspect though of PvP I don't like, and this is true for Elden Ring, this is true for, you know, any game, and I'm sure it's a thing in Epic 7. Interacting with the elitists can be really annoying. Right, like very annoying, and like elitism is way more prevalent in PvP communities than any other. And this comes from somebody that loves PvP, right? I love PvP in like every game that I play. You know, PvP games are what I play the most, I would say. But PvP communities always have massive elitism. Yeah, it's not unique to Epic 7, but. And I don't even blame someone for that. If that's the reason it puts you off, I don't really blame you. Like, yeah, no, it really isn't that much fun being surrounded by a bunch of like douchebags that are constantly trying to, you know, belittle people and be, you know, taunt people and be, you know, toxic twats and stuff. Yeah, no, that isn't really fun to be around. It really isn't. It doesn't matter what community is. That's my least favorite thing about Elden Ring, is all the toxicity and just how everyone has got like so much pride in a game that has like the worst netcode and is an asymmetrical shit show, and then everyone's acting like all this like e-penis stuff, and everyone's like trying to, you know, feel better about themselves by putting other people down. There's so much of that, and that I dislike that greatly. And yeah, that's every competitive game ever. Yeah, I mean, I like winning too, and the thing is, the goal of PvP is to win. But I don't lose my, you know, it doesn't make, I don't want to stop playing just because I lose, right? And I don't want to, when I beat someone, I don't want to belittle them, or if I see someone that's a noob, or I don't want to belittle them, or if I'm the noob, I don't want to be belittled, right? I don't like that whole attitude, all that kind of stuff. Opinion on speedrunning, I mean, oh boy. So I actually know a lot about speedrunning, so I've got some friends that like do it, and obviously it's kind of hard to miss it. But I'm not gonna lie, I don't really like speedrunning that much, because people have this idea that like, I don't think people realize what it actually is, right? Like, generally what speedrunning is finding a way to trivialize a game without skill. It's through, you know, enough skill to do the glitches and memorize the routes and stuff. But most speedrunners aren't using their own routes. They're using routes that other people have come up with. They're using glitches that other people have come up with. And then it's just being repetitive and doing something over and over and over again until you get really good RNG. There's almost no speedruns that don't involve a massive amount of RNG. And what speedrunning actually is like a collective effort of the internet to come up with routes and bugs to, you know, beat the game quickly. And then doing the same thing over and 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 over again until you get a really lucky run. And that's really what it is. And I don't actually find that very interesting. I find that actually really boring and stupid and a lot. And no offense, and I know this, and I know several speedrunners in various communities, like even first-person shooter speedrunners and stuff, that they are the speedrunners and they will admit to what I'm about to say because they've told me and I've talked to them. A lot of speedrunners aren't even that good at the games. Like if like the PvP game, they're not actually that good at it, right? If they're put in a context sometimes where they have to fight like a boss in a more skillful way, where they can't trivialize it, right? They're not actually that good at it, and that's why some people speedrun, is because it's a way to like feel elite and feel above other people without actually being that good at it. A lot of speedrunning tech has nothing to do with really being that good at the game. It's about knowing how to do the glitches and run here and like use the right items and stuff to make the boss a joke and kill it in 2 seconds and shit like that. You're not actually getting good, and it's just really repetitive. Now, that being said, there are things in speedrunning that I like. It's not all bad, right? But those key aspects of it, I'm not big on. But there are sometimes some really clever, you know, things people come up with, and you know, ways to like get around obstacles and stuff quickly, and you know, like the elevator skip in Dark Souls 1. I remember that shit was funny, right? Like there are interesting aspects of speedrunning. So, you know, I appreciate it, and I'm glad it's a thing. You know, I would never want to, like, delete it from the internet, right? I have literally no problem with speedrunning at all. It's just, it's not for me. I don't really enjoy it. You know, what's actually happening under the hood is not something I'm particularly interested in, right? And both watching it and playing it, I'm not that interested in it. And I think a lot of people that watch it don't actually know what's going on under the hood. So it's almost like more impressive to them than it actually is, because they don't actually realize that, you know, it's not as like, people think it's like super skillful. It's not. Like speedrunning, and it can be. There's certain speedruns that can be skillful, but a lot of speedrunning is just repetition and like group effort of figuring out like what the best routes are and stuff. And yeah, there's not a lot of individual skill expression. I'll put it that way. When you watch, that's why I like PvP more a lot of the times. Like if you watch a speed run in Elden Ring, it's very formulaic. The person you're watching didn't come up with really any of the routing or tech that he's doing. Other people did, and he's just executing it, right? Where when you watch someone PvPing, now there is a degree of still crowd information with them, like, you know, looking up which weapons are the best or whatever, but it's a lot more capable of PvPing and not even using the meta stuff, and a lot of people do that. And there's a lot of room for, like, you know, personal, you know, skill expression, if you will, or creativity. And same for even more normal PvE challenges and stuff, right? If someone's doing, like, you know, no weapon upgrades or whatever, right? There's more room for creativity there than speedrunning. There's actually, like, no creativity in speedrunning. So I mean, a lot of speedrunning does not have a lot of skill in it. It just doesn't. It's just a fact, and a lot of speedrunners will admit to that. Like, there's this one YouTube channel that he like follows speedrunners and stuff, and he talks about that all the time. It's like, it's not. It's mostly putting up with really monotonous, you know, repetitive thing until good RNG happens. That's what most of it is. Like, it really is. Now, there are some speedruns that are abnormally difficult on the, like, execution side. You know, like, for example, Metroid Prime, you know, is a famous game that people don't want to speedrun because it's actually too demanding on the execution side of things. Because basically you have to non-stop do a glitch. It's called like a scan jumping.
and you basically have to do it non-stop, and it's very difficult to do optimally over and over and over and over again. But that's like, no one wants to do that, right? Because it's like too much. And then that game has some RNG in it as well, so you still have to do run after run after run after run until the RNG is good. But yeah, I'm really not big on speedrunning. I mean, I never said Epic 7 was very skillful. I've actually been saying the opposite. I would say Epic 7 is, you know, kind of silly. Which games take skill in your opinion, especially Gacha games? Arknights. Definitely Arknights. And FGO does sometimes, like sometimes they have a hard boss that requires a lot of like name. Here's the thing about FGO. FGO, if you do budget stuff, is very difficult and requires a lot of like understanding. If you do whale stuff though, it's really easy. Like it's really fucking easy. But yeah, I would say Arknights is actually probably the most skillful. There are ways to trivialize it, but there's no game that's ever been made that can't be like trivialized, right? Like so a really good action game that a lot of people that are like really hardcore into action games, and myself included, really hold up as like a really good, you know, combat system and everything is like Ninja Gaiden Black, right? Like Ninja Gaiden Black has got like really good boss fights and really interesting under the hood stuff. It's a lot harder than like Devil May Cry and like Bayonetta and stuff. Much harder game. But there's still ways to trivialize it and make it a complete joke. Like ultimate chaining and stuff like that. You can just make the game a complete joke. And that's like every game ever. I mean, you can like make Elden Ring a complete joke, Dark Souls, you know. There's almost no game that cannot be trivialized. But like FGO is pretty easy to trivialize if you're using meta stuff. And Arknights is harder to trivialize, but you definitely can. But yeah, no, Arknights, it's funny, I think a lot of people think I'm like a fanboy of Arknights. The thing is, I'm a fan of it because it just does things well. Like, I don't even like a lot of stuff in Arknights, like, on a subjective level, right? There's very few males, but males are in it are all, like, pretty boy K-pop idols, right? I'm not big on that. There's just not a lot of variety in the character designs, you know, and that's a big negative. Right, there's a lot of things that I don't like in Arknights subjectively, but objectively, it does like so much right. You know, they don't have gear grinds, and they consistently put out good PvE content. They consistently make interesting boss fights. I'm like, wow, that was really fun to figure out. And they consistently make good EX stages that are fun to figure out. They've done, you know, they're playing through the main story. Feels like playing a single player game. You know, it's really well tuned. The game is really well tuned. There's many ways to approach problems, and many ways to beat things while still being hard, right? Okay, let me change the playlist. Let's go to like the normal playlist. But yeah, no, that game has really impressed me. Even though like there's a lot I don't like in it, I think it does do the best job. With Epic 7, I really do like the characters, although they don't have as many dudes as I would like. Here's my problem with Epic 7 on the character front. I like the character designs. I like how there's a lot of variety. You know, if you don't like a certain kind of style, you can just generally not use it. You know, you got so much variety with the character designs. And there are many character designs in the game that I really like because of that. What annoys me is because obviously the male to female ratio is not great, but there's still a lot of dudes. In total, right, there's a lot of male characters in the game. Unlike in Arknights, right, this game actually has a lot of male characters in the game. The problem is, because the ratio is so skewed towards the ladies, a lot of times, especially if like right now on my account, because you know I don't have a super prepared account or anything, a lot of times if I need to make an optimal team for like, be it PvP, you know, Guild Wars, which I think is kind of PvP, but you know, it's 3v3 instead of 4v4. But anyway, if I need to make, you know, bring optimal units, maybe for, you know, Wyvern, Golem, Expedition, whatever, it's very often that almost my entire team is going to be women. Right? And it's just because statistically speaking, there's so many more toolkits to pick from that are on the females because there's so many more of them. But a lot of times if I need to make an optimal setup, there's maybe one dude on the team. Maybe. And, you know, I don't have a problem with women, and I like a lot of the female characters in this game, but I don't want to be playing the game all the time where I'm just constantly using a full roster of waifus. I'm not into the harem thing, thanks, right? I don't need that. And yeah, Epic 7, it's hard to avoid that because yeah, the male to female ratio is really messed up. Because the game is more stringent, because okay, Arknights is a bit looser in the way you can build teams and stuff. And they have a lot of units that like do the same thing, which actually is kind of a good thing for the game, right? So even if there's like 5 waifus that fill X role, there is at least normally a guy or 2 that does as well, and if you bring that unit, it's fine, right? Normally what matters in Arknights is using the right stuff in the right place at the right time and redeploying them at the right time. It doesn't have to be like X unit specifically, right? Epic 7's not really like that. Epic 7's definitely more strict with like what's going to make the team work or not. Like if you're supporting Crimea or whatever, right? You're more. The game is more strict in the way you approach it than Arknights is. But yeah, I wish that we had more dudes in. Yeah, Arknights' ratio is worse. It absolutely is. I'm pretty sure, but it's easier to use what units you want. Except for budget, and that's why I've complained about this before. The Arknights, if you want to do low star stuff, it's not great, right? If you're wanting to use like a lot of male characters, it's not going to happen. Almost all of because there's less low stars than high stars, and so your team building options are more restricted. So you have less freedom in what you can use, and there are very few male low stars. Although let me think about it. Does the thing about Epic 7 is there's almost no reason to do low star stuff, right? Because in FGO and Arknights and stuff, there's a very practical reason to do low star stuff. Because there's a lot of high rarity stuff people will just never get, right? Like that is so common in FGO that although you are going to get rare units, you are never going to get most of them. A free-to-play player is never going to get most of the high rarities in FGO. Like not even close, right? So it is very practical to do low star setups in FGO. And even in Arknights, not maybe to a lesser degree, but even in Arknights, right, you're never going to get every fucking rare thing. You'll get a lot of rare stuff, but it's practical. And the thing also in Arknights is the low stars are kind of the backbone of the core gameplay mechanics, right? Because it's just kind of different than Epic 7. So it's very practical to do those kinds of things. There is really no practical reason to do low star stuff in Epic 7 because first off, the way the units operate is very different in Epic 7 than in like an Arknights. And it is so easy to get almost all of the rare units in Epic 7 except for the Moonlights, and then not necessarily at high imprint, right? But you play Epic 7 for a long time, I mean, you just get so many of the high rarities. And the way team building works in Epic 7 is just so fundamentally different than FGO and Arknights. Yeah, I don't think it's practical. Like, now it can be a fun challenge to do just for the fun of it, right? To do like 1 to 3 stars only, right? In Epic 7, right? That could be plenty fun, but it's not practical, right? There's no, because again, the self-imposed restrictions in like Arknights and FGO also have a practical element to them, right? The teams that will work for those will work for anybody, right? That is just not the way it is in Epic 7, right? The game is just super, super different. And again, it's just not practical because the average player, once they're getting into PvP and stuff, they are going to have a lot of at least the normal colors, was it, blue, red, green. They're going to have most of the high stars for that once they've been playing for a while, right? They're going to have a huge... So it's not practical to avoid them. Like if you're trying to help players, make setups to beat a boss or good practical, newbie PvP teams and stuff, it's going to involve some of the high rarity stuff because it just would be stupid not to. Like it just doesn't make sense because it ultimately the high rarities in this game are just really easy to get except for the Moonlights, right? Like obviously now that's different, but yeah, if you wanted to do like a low star challenge for the fun of it, that makes total sense, but that's not practical, right? You're not, because again, that's the difference in FGO and Arknights. If you're clearing, like look at Kyo in Arknights. The videos he makes are low star, but they have a very practical element to them, clearly, right? If you look at all of his comments and how the community sees him, I mean, there's a very practical element to what he's doing, right? that's not a thing in Epic 7. It's just not. You know, if you watch someone, even if they're doing, like, let's say someone's getting really meta, and I'm sure someone does this actually, but all they do is 1 to 3 stars, right? And they do PvP, right? And they're doing the best PvP setups you can do with 1 to 3 stars. That's cool, right? But it's not practical. No one's gonna watch that and be like, oh yeah, I can apply that to, like, no, because you're using different units and you have so many 6 stars and stuff. It's not useful, really, information. Maybe aside from like maybe 1 or 2 3 stars, you see like, oh hey, actually I saw a guy that's in that does PvP with 3 stars. I don't know how, I don't remember how highly ranked he got, but there was a guy that only used like the class changes and 3 stars, and he did try to rank as much as he could. I don't remember how far he got. I know he was like okay ranked. I don't think he was like super high, but you know, there was like a guy, he was like documenting his, you know, he was doing 1 to 3 star stuff on lane. But yeah, I know he was above gold, but I don't know if he was, I can't even remember the fucking ranks in this game. What is it? It's like gold, challenger, legend, or some shit. I don't remember. But anyway, but yeah, you can do it, but yeah, it's very rare, right? And there's only a few 3 stars that would actually be useful to a practical player. Because here's the thing, that guy that like is doing that, and I don't need to be a hardcore PvPer to know this. If that guy fought someone that, because a lot of the people you fight when you go and do arena, they're going to be very meta and like copying the meta shit. They're going to be using a lot of the meta units and a lot of the meta gear setups, but they're not actually that creative and they're not actually that good at the game. And you know, that's why they're not super high ranked. But if that guy doing 1 to 3 star stuff, if he fought one of the like really high-end players that is really good at the game and is using all of the meta shit, he's gonna get destroyed. I mean, he would just get destroyed over and over and over and over and over again. Like, he would never, the reason he's able to get wins is because a lot of people are stupid and they'll fall for gimmicky crap and you know, shit like that. Yeah, I have seen her. She is a pretty good tank. Of course, there's a few 3 stars that are good, right? That even at high level of play, right? There are a few, but not a full roster, right? There's a huge difference between, because like a lot of the benefits you would get from using her, you're going to lose if she's not protecting someone good, right? If she's protecting another 3 star, she's a lot less good, right? If she's protecting some busted 6 star, or I'm sorry, 5 stars, it's 1 to 5 by default. Anyway, if she's protecting some busted, you know, Moonlight 5 star, she's way better. She's good because she's protecting someone really strong. If the whole team is 3 stars, it's going to be a lot weaker. Now, sure, you can get some wins, and like that one guy has, and there's probably more people that do it as well. But you know, it's not meta. You know, not even close. And again, there's no practical, because this is hard to articulate, but it's like if someone was a free to play and they're wanting to do the best they can in PvP, looking to someone doing pure 3 stars is not going to help them, right? Because even though they're a free to play, they're not going to be using pure 3 stars. Where in other gacha games, if you look at people doing low star stuff, a lot of their team setups and units they're using are very applicable to you, right? Because like it's night and day. I mean, I play these different games and it's very clear to me, right? In FGO, because not only do I have my account in FGO, I make ult accounts and play through the game again, so I get like the new player experience over and over again. And, you know, I see like how often I'm able to get rare units and stuff. If I make a new account in FGO and I play through the game, right? Most of my roster is going to be 1 to 3 stars, and you'll have a few key 4 and 5 stars. That's just how the game is, right? You're the backbone of your teams are going to be 1 to 3 stars for a very long time, unless you wail, right? And so it's practical to see what's good, how do I beat this boss with these, right? Because that's what you're using. Same for Arknights, right? A lot of what you're going to be using is now Arknights, so you do unlock higher rarities pretty quick, but in Epic 7 you just start swimming in high rarities very quickly. I mean, very fucking quickly. And by the time you get to the hard content or the PvP, you are going to be swimming in high rarity stuff. So there's just no practical reason to be doing like, you know, low star guides or whatever like there is. And you know, while I'm blabbing, I should really be at least doing the main story because I want to get. Okay, this must be, I thought it'd be a boss fight because it looks like we're almost done with. I guess it's a 2-parter because yeah, normally the last stage, but this surely is not a major boss. Nice thumbs, by the way. You can't even pick up a fucking, I don't know, branch or something. The FGO garbage account is, you know, in 2.0. You know, Lost Belt 1, but I've been waiting on Cairo, but he's been like busy, so he's not really streaming, so he hasn't played any. Okay, this must be a filler stage, so I'll just give somebody some
We'll give it to Kai. Give him some FP here. I don't know, Kai's played this game way more than me. You know, he's like rank 70, which is the max rank. You know, I'm not. But he never upgrades his Terranor guard. I don't get that. Okay, wait, what are we fighting again? I think it's fire. Fire and some blues. Blue is definitely my weakest color by a lot. Like, not even close. Like, my Crow is okay, but and Crow is a good unit. And I know Rin, whatever, I think Ran, yeah, he's really good, but he's mid-geared, and I also just don't like him very much. And it's not like I'm gonna bring him and he's just gonna kill a boss for me, like, immediately. Like, she's the only blue DPS I have, and really only for stuff that Joker works on. I literally leveled her, because I don't even like her, because she's just absolutely not my kind of character design, right? Like, definitely not. But I leveled her just because I was like, for fuck's sakes, I just need a good nuker that's blue and applies defense down easily and stuff. But yeah, I just don't like a lot of blue units, or the ones that I like aren't very useful. Like, I like Tywin a lot, but he's not that good. Like, I mean, he's okay, but like, if I have Crow, I don't need him at all, right? So, yeah, it kind of sucks. So yeah, I really struggle with blue. Let me see if there are any like new low stars that I might have or whatever. Yeah, I might level him, but he's not exactly a boss killer. Yeah, that's the thing. I know she's really good, but I don't like her very much. Because I know she's a DPS, she's a big nuker, and she applies defense down. But I don't really like her. You know, I don't like the teenage waifus and that kind of thing. It's not my style. I like armor, adults, and like serious stuff. Right? That's generally what that's why I like Corvus and Crow, right? Armor is the real thing. Armor is good, right? More armor. There's very few armored characters in this game, unfortunately. But yeah, there's not a lot of blue characters that I hype. Honestly, I probably need to gear out my Terranor guard just because I like him and might be able to make that work for somebody. That's where you could though stand in with like a Moonlight DPS. I don't have a lot of Moonlight units, obviously, but if I could get a good Moonlight, like big nuker, I could probably just do that to stand in. I mean, I'm not one of those. So I see two sides to this argument all the time about like practical armor versus like fantasy, stuff. I don't have a problem with either. Obviously, subjectively, I like the practical stuff more. Not because it's practical, but I just think it looks better. I like armor, right? I like helmets. Helmets are awesome. I love medieval helmets and stuff. You look like a mech, right? It's like real life mechs, right? It's awesome. So yeah, I fucking love armor. But I'm not offended by, fan service, or I don't care. It's fine, right? And I think both sides of the argument are full of people that are just assholes. Like, I see so many people that they act like anything that's not waifu stuff is lame, and they think it's lame if you don't like waifu stuff, and they feel like attacked when somebody doesn't like over-the-top waifu stuff. And I think that's just really immature and silly. But I see people on the other side too that are just like, oh my god, look at all these, people, all they like, they only want to use, chainmail bikinis, and they act really elitist on the other side, where it's like, oh, look how cool I am because I don't like that stuff. You're not special on either side of this argument. You're not special because you like waifus, and you're not special because you don't like waifus. You're all just liking the thing that you like. Wow, how hard for you, right? Like, wow, Chad, it's so hard that I like that I'm enjoying the thing that I enjoy. Oh my god, what a battle I had to fight. Man, when I play Elden Ring, I put a helmet on. Oh, it's so difficult, chat. Woe is me, right? Now, I will say this, it can be annoying when the thing that you like isn't used very often, right? But, that's still not that big of a deal. Like, I like heavy armor. I normally like the male characters more. There's female characters I like, but I generally relate more to male characters and stuff. And in a lot of these games, they're not represented very much. But I don't feel like personally attacked because of that, right? I'm not being persecuted because of that. I don't think I need to start a revolution because there's not enough dudes in the game, right? It's just like, yeah, I wish there was more because I like that thing. Right, it's kind of like if your favorite color is blue, maybe like, waifus with blue hair, and you're like, man, I wish this game had more blue-haired waifus. Fair enough. I mean, fair fucking enough, right? I don't see a problem with this, right? Things like the things that they like.
and you know, wanting more of it, that's fine. But yeah, I don't get into all this stuff like, oh my god, this lady character has high heels, therefore this game is the stupidest thing, right? You know, I don't care, right? Like, yeah, I like the more practical looking armor, but because the thing is, there's a lot of like subjective stuff that has no depth to it that I like, right? I like a lot of like badass characters, right? And a lot of times they have no depth to their character, and you know, I might like a barbarian character that doesn't have a fucking shirt on. That's not practical, but you know, that's still cool, right? So I don't give a shit, right? I really dislike when people get into these like online debates about like, you know, being offended by you know, women having, you know, boobs or something, or whatever. I don't, just use whatever you like, and if you want to like represent the thing you like, that's fine. If you want to ask the devs to add more of the thing you like, that's fine. But we don't need to be, you know, attacked. The only time I think it makes sense to get annoyed by this stuff is when it's like out of place. Like, for example, Mountain Blade, the game series Mountain Blade. They're not, I wouldn't say they're realistic, but they go for an authentic approach, right? Generally, like 99% of the weapons are, you know, historically accurate, and they're using gear that's historically accurate, and they try to, you know, not do anime shit, and they keep it, you know, pretty authentic, right? And so let's say Mountain Blade came out with a DLC, and this DLC was for some reason like a chainmail bikini waifu that's just unbelievably out of place. I can understand why the player base would be mad by that. Right, because everything else in the game has not been like that. That's going to stand out so much. It's going to bring in a bunch of people to the game that are, you know, that they don't want that for that game, because the whole draw of that game was it being more authentic and grounded and stuff, right? So there is a time to complain about that kind of thing, but when it comes to like a game like Epic 7 that has both practical, well, actually doesn't have that much practical, but it has some kind of practical stuff, and a lot of fantasy over the top stuff and fan service stuff, there's no reason. And like Elden Ring, right? Elden Ring, although it's a more serious game, it's still very fantasy and silly, so a lot of the armor is not practical. That's fine. And then some of the armor is actually real life armor that is very practical. It's fine, right? It's not a big deal. It require a very specific kind of game for it to actually be a problem, right? For there to be like varying designs, or, you know, fan service, or just armor that's just badass. I mean, I guess that's fan service in its own way, right? Like, you know, barbarian stuff or whatever. But yeah, it annoys me when people get... I see it all the time. I see it on my Discord all the time, and Reddits and stuff, where people get like offended because I don't really like waifu stuff. They feel like personally attacked because I don't like waifu stuff, even though I never attack. Have you guys ever seen me attack anyone that likes waifu stuff? I make it a real point not to do that. And like when people that I know and stuff, or just randoms come to my stream that are like excited because they you know, got a character that's a waifu that they wanted, I'm happy for them. Why would I not be? Like, what the fuck, right? Like, I don't like I don't know, Ibuki, right? I don't really like Ibuki in FGO, but if someone likes her and gets her, great, right? Like that, I'm happy for them. I never try to attack people for the things that they like, and people just get offended a lot because I don't, you know, really hype a lot of that stuff. And the other side does too. I see other people that like act elitist because, you know, I don't like fan service armor. I only like practical armor. Blah blah blah. Like, I just don't care. Like, you know, as a joke, sometimes I'll make fun of, you know, waifus or whatever. But I mean, I think that's in good faith. I think everybody does that with stuff to an extent. I think that's fine. You know, it's kind of like, you know, I'm not gonna act like I like something that I don't like, right? But yeah, I don't try to attack people personally for the things that they do like. Anyway, we're fighting a red boss. What shall we use? I mean, I can just use her as a boss killer. So I switched his gear around because just to be practical. Yeah, this sucks. He's not really geared anymore. I'm not kidding. He's probably my favorite character. I do kind of wish though the hood wasn't a thing. I think the green, like on the skirt, if you will, is fine. I don't know if I like the hood, but overall I really like this guy, and I'm lucky in that he's one of the few trash mobs that's actually okay. But I got rid of the gear he was using that was, you know, at least optimized to have like good crit chance and everything. So he's just kind of using whatever right now, and yeah, his stats are not where I want them. I don't have 100% crit right now. Yeah, he's got like, you know, a 70 piece of gear, but it's because right now it's not worth it for me to give him like really good stuff. But I want to though, because I mean he can actually throw out really big damage. Oh, speaking of, I saw a random YouTube video last night. This guy was doing Guild Wars, and he geared the fuck out of, he got him to level 60 and all this stuff. Let me find him. Actually, I probably have him. Let's see, I think he's a thief. He geared the fuck out of this guy, and when you awaken his skill, he gets 70% armor ignore, right? He loses the RNG on it. And he's actually got an okay damage ratio on this skill, right? Like he was at, and it was so funny because there's a lot of units like, you know, Lionheart and stuff that are all about defense, and he just ignores it, right? And he literally was one-shotting like a really geared Lionheart and stuff. And it's really funny. And yeah, there's a few trash mobs that have effects like this that actually aren't too bad. And I've seen one of the other mice is actually pretty good too. But yeah, that's really funny. I actually wish more trash mobs were good because I don't think I'm even alone in this. I think a lot of the meta people don't want to use trash mobs, just because the trash mobs obviously aren't as good. But I think people like Pokemon. I mean, look how popular Pokemon is. I think there'd be a real draw to having these mobs that you can get without the gacha. You go out and collect them and stuff. And like I think how they should be is, overall, on average, they should be weaker than the normal characters. But they should have 3 skills, right? Like, they should have 3 skills instead of 2. And, you know, they could give them a little bit, you know, more thought than they do, right? Because I think people would enjoy the Pokemon stuff. And then, hear me, chat, this is the good shit. So you make you add more trash mobs to the game. Well, actually, you don't need to add more trash mobs to the game. You just need to make more of them playable, because a lot of them aren't playable, which is really annoying. So make more of them playable, give them 3 skills, make them a little bit better, put like 5 seconds of thought into them. You don't have to put loads of thought into it. And then you add a mode where you can only use trash mobs, right? You can make a PvE mode and a PvP mode. You make a side mode in the arena, you're only allowed to use trash mobs. And if you wanted to be nice to people, you could make that mode where there's no gear. So it's just like you grab the Pokemon, you level them up, and then that's it, right? So you could do that if you wanted. And you could do a PvE mode as well. That would be awesome. I think that'd be awesome. And yeah, it really frustrates me that like I feel like they spin a wheel for who's playable and who's not for the trash mobs, and it's because they think no one cares. So at this point, they just add a few trash mobs from time to time for like level up fodder, right, for like promotion and stuff. But like, come on, like there's no reason to even do that system. It's so easy to promote from 2 to 3 star. If you're gonna bother to make the trash mobs playable, at least put some effort into it, right? And, like, why not make some of the cooler ones playable? Because like I remember when these came out way back, people actually said they wanted them playable, and I'm in this camp. I mean, hello? Like, yes, I would use this, right? But this is one that's not playable, right? I really wish they would. I mean, come on. Even if you don't like armor, you could see why people that like armor would like these guys, right? Like, it's pretty cool, right? But these happen to be the ones that aren't playable, so yeah, it sucks. They made I was so pissed by this, because they went for a long time without making humanoids playable, and then they made these guys playable. I'm sure somebody likes them, but these are pretty lame, right? Like, out of all the humanoids that are playable, these are probably the worst. And there's a bunch that are cooler that aren't. But yeah, I think that people would enjoy it if they did some like Pokemon shit with the trash mobs. But yeah, unfortunately they don't. But yeah, I really do want to gear my spear guys, just because I only have a couple of like truly built characters. It's hard for me to justify really gearing him out right now. I mean, he'd be decent right now if I could get his crit chance up. If I could get his crit up and maybe a bit more speed. And actually more attack. Like, in the past he actually had like 4,000 attack. Yeah, when I was actually trying to gear him, I had like 4,000 attack. I had guaranteed crit, and then I still had a lot of crit damage. But yeah, he's really not geared right now. I think right now though, because he doesn't have guaranteed crit, it's like a shit show. But if he does crit right now, he will do pretty good damage. I'm actually kind of curious. I might like bring someone that can give crit. Isn't there there's some team-wide TEs that
that give crit chance. I could do that. Or I could use Tywin or something. Yeah, I can farm Wyvern 13. It's not too hard. Yeah, I can do Wyvern 13 and Golem 13. I probably can do Banshee. I haven't even tried though. But I because of Charles and shit, I'm pretty sure I can handle. But I don't really need Banshee gear that much right now. Although eventually, I think what's meta for this guy is probably a destruction set, because like his thing is when he crits, he does even more crit damage. So I'm kind of thinking what he's, and it's only a 2-turn cooldown, so you can use the skill consistently, and it does good damage. Like for a trash mob, you can get 20-30k out of it even with like this kind of gear. So it's not bad. But I think what he's going to want is like a destruction set, either that or a speed set that just has like the the side stats are all super offensive. But yeah, he's either going to want destruction set or speed set, I think. I mean, obviously, gear, I mean, I don't think everyone knows gear is a big deal. I think people mistake the fact that I haven't played this game for like 2 years, or that I don't know anything about the game. I don't know new information, but I know how the game works, right? Like I've probably been playing this game since before most of the people in my chat. I played this game, I think, the day that it launched. So I know what the game is about, and it was about gear from the beginning. Like I know this. Also, I've done this thing called living, chat, and through living you get this thing called experience. And Epic 7 is not a unique snowflake. Right, it's kind of a dime a dozen in a lot of areas, so there are a few aspects of it that are unique to itself, but most of it is like other games, right? So I generally know what the basics of how these things work. So sounds useless, yeah. Like, I don't know what's currently meta. I don't know, what the latest units are and like how they, but I know what the game is, right? They haven't changed the fundamentals of what the game is about. Okay. I do want to use my spear guy at some point just to see what his damage is like right now, but yeah, I don't know. Part of me wants to just gear him up with the best gear that I have, but the other part of me knows that's not really a good idea right now. So, especially because I want to be able to fight Poi, right? Because, Poi is kind of in the same boat as I am, where he hasn't played in a long time, and we're both kind of scuffed. And so we PvP from time to time. I feel like if I gear my spear guy, I'm going to fall behind being able to fight Poi, right? So, well, I don't know. We'll see. But yeah, he's really cool. And I really like the skeleton, too. I don't know why, I guess it's because his name starts with B. I just love that he's always at the top of my list. Now, don't get me wrong, I love my Skelly bro, right? But I don't like him as much as like the dragon guy here or the spearman. There's a couple other trash mobs I think I like more, but he's up there. Skeletons are really cool. And I like him because like he's just got this like wacky, like he looks like an idiot. I'll put it that way, right? I mean, look at this man's face, right? He's having a good time, but he's a moron, and he's also a skeleton, right? So I don't know, but I really like that that vibe. But yeah, I like this guy a lot too. He's pretty cool. I don't know how to gear these guys though. Especially with like what I always want to do is like kind of give them my hand-me-down gear or my budget gear that's like good enough. But like, I feel like this guy really needs good gear because you need enough speed to actually activate the counterattack. And then you want to, have his first skill do a lot of damage because that's what he counterattacks with. So you would need like speed gear with really good offensive stats, but that's like the premium gear that I wouldn't want to give him right now. So yeah, I'm not really sure what I want to do with this guy. The thing I've thought about doing is maybe just giving him outrageous offensive stats and no speed at all, and then just CR push him to get his counterattack off and spam that for the lols, but yeah, I don't know, I can never, some of the trash mobs are actually pretty easy to gear and actually get some okay value out of. I have never been able to get value out of these guys. Like this guy's actually easy to get value out of. His first skill for some reason does insane damage. It actually has really a good like multiplier on it.
It's like, this guy's easy as fuck. I can give him, you know, hand-me-down gear, and he does really well, and he'll hit pretty hard. But yeah, those counterattack guys, I just cannot fucking get them to I cannot, but always, like, they need taunt. That's the thing I always find, is like, I'll use them, and then, you know, they don't ever get to counterattack anything, because they don't get attacked enough, and it's just like, they don't have speed, and it's meh. So yeah, I don't know, maybe one day, when I fight some of those expedition bosses that always attack your tank unit, maybe I could make one of them work there, because they always get attacked, so then we could have, like, really good uptime on their counter. Hell, maybe then I give them the candlestick, and I just try to have 100% uptime on their counter attack. That'd be kind of a unique way to do that. Yeah, this game is actually pretty old now. It does a good job though of having a pretty timeless, you know, graphics. I think the game looks a million times better than like FGO, honestly. So yeah, they've done well in that department. They haven't done so well in the UI department, but better than FGO still. Any 2-star I've seen that has taunts for themselves. I don't think there's anyone that can give taunt. I know there's a few new trash mobs I haven't really looked at since I last played, but all the ones that I know, they taunt for themselves, so. They have S3 animation, probably Charles. Let me think though, there's some good ones. I like Charles comes to mind. Honestly, Lionheart's is pretty cool. Oh, Chaos Axe, I really like. Those three definitely come to mind. Let me see here. Definitely not his. His is terrible. I think it was better before his change. Yeah, it's probably those three. Yeah, it's probably Charles, Chaos Axe. Krause is good too, though. I will say, I do like Krause a lot. And hers is pretty good. I don't really like hers. I like the idea of it, but they're trying too hard to make it look like extreme. So like she's like teleporting all over the screen when she's like coming down, and it just looks really janky. It looks really janky, and I'm not really a fan. Let's see. Hers is pretty cool too. I mean, there's a lot of really good ones, to be honest. And I haven't seen, there's a lot of specialty change ones and stuff. I don't think I've seen hers yet. I did her specialty change last night. I think I saw in a PvP match. I was fighting a guy that used her, but I didn't pay attention, so I actually don't know off the top of my head what the fuck hers looks like.
A true knight picks their
I
battles
fought her,
wisely.
I think, multiple times in PvP, but I never paid attention.
The weight of the oath I've taken will be brought down upon you.
I mean, it's fine.
I made it in the nick of time.
Nothing too special. Okay, let's get this over with here. It's probably just a filler stage anyway. Let's go no healer. I'm not bringing a particularly strong team here, but I don't think I need to. Man, what I really want to do is I want to get, I don't need it for farming, that's why I've been kind of hesitant, but I really want to have a decked out Crow. I want to get him to like, you know, 30,000 health with still like semi-okay speed and like good effect resistance. I think that'll be a good time. Do that with like Dark Corvus and stuff. I won't complain about Dark Corvus. You know, he's not like super meta, but he's pretty good, and it's good enough for me. He's not good in PvE at all. Like, there's just no fucking reason to use him in PvE. And that makes me kind of sad, because I'd like to use him more, but yeah, he doesn't really accomplish anything. Generally, by the time he's ramped up and ready to go, the stage is over and whatnot.
I'll bet my entire fortune on victory.
I mean, FGO still makes good character designs from time to time. I would agree, though, in like this last year and a half or so,
maybe even 2 years,
No mercy.
the average has gone down a lot. And they do a lot of like wacky shit for the sake of being wacky, and they even said that they do that in an interview. And oh yeah, these are blues. That's not great. But anyway,
Chaos walks with
but there's still enough stuff that I like. Like I don't even care about new units really. As long as I have a base of units that I like, I'm just happy to play through the game with those, right? And FGO has got a lot of like units
Shall we get going?
that, you know, Achilles and Ku and
Your throat.
you know, too many to name really. They have a massive roster of character designs that are awesome. So even though a lot, you know, the majority of the new characters they add I don't like,
to hesitate.
I'm happy enough to just use the old characters that I like. So it's not a big deal. But and again, there are new characters from time to time that are more classical than like what Fate used to be like. But it is few and
Stay
far
calm
between.
and think rationally.
Oh, this is only 2 waves
Shall I have a go?
instead of 3.
Shall we begin?
I'm on
There will be
the final
glory
Wyvern.
after
I've been getting asked that a lot today, but yeah, I can do Wyvern there.
Rage and destruction.
I could pretty much do it the second I came back. Like
Chaos.
I didn't really have to do much.
Let me demonstrate. Drive them out.
Nice. Back off now if you
Well,
don't
this
want to
was a
get
joke save.
almost there.
On my way.
Yeah, Percival was good. I think Percival is pretty in line with what Fate used to be about. That kind of thing. Yeah, I guess the armor ignore could be good for a few bosses. Oh wow, no, that was it for chapter 2. There was like no... Chapter 1 had like a good boss in it at the end. That really didn't. Yeah, I don't mind Don Quixote. He is kind of silly, but that's a character I think it makes sense for. We'll see what, oh, the crabs. But we'll see what Epic 7, not Epic 7, Lost Belt 7 brings. Okay, green very good here. Which I'm always happy about. Yeah, right now, because like, I want to PvP. I don't want to PvP super seriously, but I want to be able to PvP. And because of that, I feel like I need to get an initial roster of really geared characters before I gear stuff that I just like, which sucks because like I really want to I want Chaos Axe to be like, you know, decked, but he's not very good in PvP from what I can see. You know, what's some of my trash mobs? Yeah, it's kind of annoying. Like once I get like a backbone, right? I get like a backbone, then I don't mind gearing up stupid shit. But yeah, I don't know. It makes me enjoy the game less though, not using the characters that I want to use. But at the same time, it is fun to do the PvP and, you know, mess around a bit. So yeah, that stuff is kind of at odds. Yeah, I'm conflicted with that kind of stuff. Yeah, obviously I could do like bronze and stuff, but like, it's like I really like Chaos X, man. Like, you know, I like axes, I like armor, and you know, he's both. So yeah, I heard they nerfed him somehow. Like all of his reviews are about like they changed like the multipliers in some of his skills or something, and everyone was really mad about that. I don't know when they did that. I assume it was a while ago now, but yeah, a lot of people said they like nerfed the shit out of him. And they were pretty pissed about it.
Your armor will crumple before my axe.
Oh, me again?
And the problem is, what I've seen, it's like, they don't mind some low stars being good, but they generally want it to be like a popular one and stuff, and he's just not popular, so I don't think they even want him to be able to hold his own, which kind of sucks, because, you know, I'm a big fan. Yeah, I know in the early days he was very, very good. But, yeah, I don't know what they did specifically. They did something, though, about, like, nerfing the scaling on his skills or something. And that, like, really lowered his numbers. And I can see that. I mean, like, he's not really doing... I got pretty solid gear on him. Not, like, crazy optimized or anything, but solid stuff. And, like, his damage is just kind of whatever.
Time to move.
There will be glory after all.
Yeah, I think they might have nerfed his HP scaling. I think they may have lowered it. That's what it sounded like. I didn't look into it super in depth. But all of his character reviews are about like a patch that happened where he got nerfed and something about like the scaling.
Chaos walks with us.
Yeah, people not so happy about that.
Chaos destruction.
And like you can still use him as a defense down guy, but there's a lot of better units to do that with, especially for PvP, right? The only time you maybe would want to use him, because there's a lot of people that can do AoE defense down, right? So why use his single
I gave you a
defense down?
chance.
The only time you want to do that is if you've got a
It's
setup
too
that
late to
punishes
say
AoE,
sorry now.
right? That's very specific. And especially like what I was saying, I need to build like a backbone, like a core team.
Watch and learn.
You know, focusing on something niche like that just doesn't make sense. But on the other hand, like, man, I wanna use Chaos Axe. Yeah, if you have a light unit, you can probably deck them in the Schnoz. But yeah, there's so many better picks out there.
I'm ready.
Our path is one of peril.
You got a patch coming up. Yeah, the thing is, I don't see him being a unit that
Is
gets
it my
buffed
turn?
just because he's not popular. When you look at the buffs and stuff that they do, they definitely focus on the popular stuff first. But you never know. You never know. I'll be happy if he does get buffed.
Get ready, everyone.
He just needs to do more
Time to
damage.
move.
Like, just straight up, if he can do more damage, he'll be fine. And yeah, he's not gonna be meta, but good enough. I'm not worrying about being meta. I just want to be good enough, and then I want to... Like, first off, I'm gonna try to level things that just make sense to an extent. I'm not gonna use units that I hate. I'm just not gonna do that. But out of the units that I like, I'm gonna try to gear the ones that, you know, will make a
Victory
decent,
is within our
you know,
grasp.
team.
I'll leave this to you.
And be good enough. I want to do that. And then from there, I want to start, you know, gearing Mimi and shit and just characters that I like, and then see what I can do with them, right? Like, see if I can make him work and
I'll show you
you know,
how
some
it's
other random
done.
units and stuff. That's kind of my goal. Like, I'm not worrying about getting super optimal.
I would
If
give
anything,
my life.
the less optimal, the better, because if I'm going to be using silly shit, I'm better off fighting other people that aren't being super optimal, so... If you fight the crazy meta stuff, you're not going to have a lot of room for... Man, his animation is so bad. By the way, I was right the last time. I looked it up last night. I was correct about the Green Scorpion back in the day. He did extend debuff durations. And that was definitely part of what made him busted. Obviously, he had the detonate thing with poison, and you know, poison is percent based off of the boss's health. And that was a big part of why he was so busted. But he extended all debuffs. And that was during the era of Dizzy. So, like, Dizzy could, you know, do all of her debuffs to most of the bosses in, like, the Abyss at the time. And then the Scorpion would extend them. He would extend her stun and shit. And if you had enough speed on the Scorpion, he could just infinitely stun lock people. Yeah, axes are just hated in all video games, and it's because they're not popular in, like, pop culture. Like, when the fuck has a main character in like an anime or a video game used an axe? I guess Kratos, but even then, you got the Chains of Chaos and everything. And the reason he uses an axe though is because if there's one time you're gonna get axes, it's because of Nordic stuff, right? Like literally the one time you might see some love for axes is if it's Nordic themed. But that's it. I mean, Jesus, like the main character is always going to use a sword, right? And like, generally you're going to have the sword beat the brute that's using an axe, because for some reason everyone thinks axes are brute's weapon, which is wrong. Axes were actually frequently, a battle axe anyway. A proper battle axe was normally an elite weapon, right? Because they were actually hard to use, and they were more expensive to make. Like a proper battle axe was more expensive to make than a sword, or definitely a spear. And so they were generally reserved for people that knew what the fuck they were doing. But for some reason, pop culture's got in their heads that axes are for the skillless brute that just swings like a maniac, and the sword is for the masterful, you know, and then the katana and all that, you know, that's just all video games now, and it just sucks. But yeah, Nordic stuff sometimes gets some love, but there's not a lot of Nordic stuff out there anyway. And even then, they still sometimes embrace because most people see Vikings and stuff as skillless hacks and stuff, which isn't really true. And like the Danes, man, the Danes were like the precursor to the Vikings, were actually pretty famous for being skilled, and their axes were famous. It's called the Dane axe, and it is a rather famous axe in people that know anything about history, because it lasted so long. It was like a weapon design that lasted so much longer than you would expect. Like generally, you know, weapons would get updated and like the basic design would change a bit. You know, it's an arms race. But the Dane axe, even when it was a bit out of date, it still could hold its own really well. Like it just had a very, very, very good design. And yes, eventually other axes and maces and stuff were made that were better, but like it held its own for a very long period of history. So it's quite impressive like that. But yeah, it's not impressive or not respected in media much. Spears actually can be really interesting in real combat. They're really boring in mock combat. But people gotta understand this, because people see a lot of people doing like what's called HEMA and stuff like that, and they think that represents real combat in like medieval times. It doesn't. Not even close. Like not even close. And it's kind of like even sports in medieval times do not represent real combat, right? It's like MMA does not represent real combat, right? Because you're not allowed to punch low, you're not allowed to grab someone's throat, you're not allowed to headbutt someone, you're not allowed to stomp someone on the ground, right? Those things are like what you do in a real fight, right? And it's the same thing with weapons, right? Like you fundamentally do not fight like you do in sport, right? And actually swords were very popular in sport, because the way you do fight in sports, swords are good, right? Because it doesn't matter if you actually knock them out, you just need to tap them on the armor. So swords are very good at that kind of thing, because they can poke, they can slash, they don't need to do good impact, they don't have to worry about that kind of stuff. So swords are very good in a sports setting, but in an actual combat setting, they're actually pretty shit, because they don't do any fucking damage to someone that's equipped properly. And they just don't, there's just other weapons that are just kind of the same thing but better, and have more reach and that kind of stuff. But yeah, swords were popular in sport, both now and then, but that's not representative of what happens in an actual fight. Although actually some people do use axes in sport, but a lot of what makes an axe good, you're not allowed to do in HEMA, and you weren't even allowed to do in some medieval settings and stuff. So axes are not going to be nearly as popular. A lot of the positives of an axe aren't really relevant in a sports setting, because sports are very contrived, right? Where an axe is a battle axe anyway, is ultimately designed, you know, to kill the other fucking person. You know, you're not worrying about scoring points and that kind of shit.
This moment.
There will be glory after.
But yeah, I mean, real weapons, swords were generally a sidearm, right? They weren't really your primary weapon in an actual fight. Now, it depends on the era, though. There were eras, because, you know, ancient history, when we were in the era of swords and spears and stuff, it was a long period of history. So if you go back more in, like, the times of, like, Greece and that kind of stuff, swords were a lot more popular, because the defensive meta, if you will, hadn't developed very well. So a lot of the advantages to like weight and, you know, like the mace and that kind of stuff wasn't as relevant. But even then though, spears and that kind of weaponry was actually still really big. But yeah, you have like the gladius and stuff like that. That was actually used for a long time, and it was very good. But like a gladius in later years, like in a more medieval setting, a gladius is trash. I mean, you know, it was okay in its time because its competition was shit. But like if you tried to use a gladius, even if someone in like proper chainmail, I mean, it's not gonna do a damn thing, right? It's useless. And chainmail was, you know, way before like really proper plate armor and that kind of thing. I think spears are probably the most timeless weapon. I think today some people will use a spear for house defense, because you're not in all countries can you have a gun, and some people don't want a gun or don't want to learn how to, because actually it's harder to, you know, manage a gun and, you know, store it properly and all those kinds of things. And some people literally will have like a house defense spear. It's like very easy to use, it's very practical. So the spears are probably the most timeless weapon. You know, like people still hunt with spears and things like that. Like people still like a lot of tribes and stuff out there that still use spears for like hunting and that kind of stuff.
It's time to draw my sword.
There's actually like these group of people I learned about recently that have, for like they're still alive today. They're like a tribalist type society, and they've always lived on the water for like thousands of years. They live in like boats, and they just swim all the time.
Is it my
And
turn?
they can like swim so much better than the normal human, and they can hold their breath way longer than the normal human. It's like crazy. But they still use spears to like hunt and feed themselves for like fish and that kind of shit.
Get ready, everyone.
Yeah, halberds are kind of a offshoot of spears, in a way. They're kind of in a similar style, but halberds are meta as fuck.
Spear will
Absolutely,
not
halberds are pretty much one of the best weapons like of the era, because they have. The thing is, they're expensive as fuck to make. Like they're not. You're not gonna gear an entire army with halberds. That's not practical. It's way too expensive.
I'm with you.
But yeah, halberds are good in almost any circumstance, especially if someone knows how to use it. That's another problem with halberds, though, is they're harder to use than a spear. Right? They're pretty much a spear, but more complicated and heavier, generally speaking. So they're not as newbie friendly, and a lot of your army is going to be newbies. And even if you're like trying to like protect a small city from bandits, which is like what a lot of people are going to have to be doing and stuff, they're not necessarily going to have the best training and stuff. So halberds wouldn't always be the best option. Because if you have like a town militia or garrison or something, and you need to defend your folks against, you know, bandits or whatever, you just want them to use, you know, whatever they know how to use and what you can afford, and like you don't want to have to worry about user error, right? And a spear is just the best for that, like by far. But yeah, halberds are incredibly good. They have almost all the positives of a spear and then a bunch of other stuff. But they're harder to make, they're harder to wield, that kind of thing. And same for a battle axe, you know, pole axes, you know, those kinds of things, battle axes, they're generally best on elite people that like know what they're doing, right? They're not really worth giving to people that are noobs. If you have noobs, which is again most of the people that you're going to be working with, you just give them spears. You just give them spears or a sword. That's just good enough. Fuck it. But yeah, and same issue though in major warfare when you're dealing with like large armies. You never mind like a town garrison or whatever, but like if you've got like a large army, you know, finances come into play big time. Look at them all getting barriers. I bet you we fight more here because we're fighting dragon troops. So these humanoids right here are playable. I actually don't know how good they are in comparison to some of the older trash mobs. Because they actually have a very similar toolkit to the spear guy I like. They also have crit damage that does more like bonus crit damage, but their cooldown is longer. So they actually might do more damage, which actually would make me sad because I don't like them as much. But yeah, I think their cooldown is like 3 or 4 turns on their skill, where the spear guy I like is 2-turn cooldown on it. But yeah, I don't think I have any of them at 6-star yet.
Get ready, everyone. It's time to move.
I could probably figure out what the multipliers are like by just using like 2 naked ones, right? Like neither of them are geared, and you just have them smack the same stuff. Might actually do that. I'm actually, because I really am curious, but if those guys have like higher damage multiplier than the other ones. Yeah, we might do our placement matches today if people want me to mix it up a bit. Oh shit! Speaking of Arknights earlier, the E2 Knurl thing is done. Shit. I'll probably play that later. I want to play Elden Ring today though really bad because out of nowhere, it just like last night, they just boom, or this morning I think they announced the arenas are finally coming, and they're coming tomorrow. The Elden Ring update is tomorrow. There's probably going to be a balance patch. They're opening up the Colosseums. There's going to be, looks like 3v3, 2v... I'm not sure if 2v2's in. I hope it is. I hope to God it is. I think 2v2 would be more fun than 3v3. But they confirmed 3v3, they confirmed 1v1, and there's a game mode that you can summon your Pokemon, your Spirit's Ashes. There's going to be a mode for that. I think they said there's free-for-all as well. I think free-for-all could be an absolute blast. I'm actually probably going to focus on the wacky modes first, because those normally require the player base to be the most active. When the game calms down, it can be really hard to get matches for those. So I want to play them while they're available, because 1v1 is going to be available all of the time. But yeah, Elden Ring update is tomorrow, so... I don't know who's going to win. I think God of War might win just because of recency bias. I think in terms of like being critically acclaimed, sales, and like being remembered, I think it's obvious Elden Ring is one because it has higher sales. I think it had a bigger cultural impact than God of War. But I think God of War could win just because recency bias. But I don't really care. I don't need an award show to tell me what's good. Yeah, Genshin, yeah. But here's kind of how I see God of War, and I get why some people really like this. God of War is a very typical AAA game, but done well. You know, it follows the very typical AAA formula. You know, it's pretty, you know, it's like a roller coaster ride. The story is, you know, very, you know, laid in your lap. You know, it's a very cinematic experience. Anyone can beat it, right? A lot of the typical stuff. You know, it's very formulaic. But it also isn't a buggy piece of shit. You know, it's got good, you know, production value. It has, you know, passion put into it. You know, it's a AAA game made well. Why was I killing? Oh, I see. The boss is the dragon. Excuse me. But yeah, it's a AAA game without a lot of the shit that AAA games do. So I understand why people really like it, but it doesn't interest me much because it's still kind of the typical AAA game experience, which I'm just not that much of a fan of. But I see why people like it. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. If they prefer God of War, good for them. You know, it's a very subjective thing which one you're going to like more. But I do think objectively, Elden Ring. What is going on? I'm doing no damage. They are healing. I'm about to lose. I thought this was like I'm gonna kill it. The ads, because it might actually matter. Yeah, there's actually a gimmick here, even though this is a killer fight. But anyway, I do think it's obvious, like it or hate it, Elden Ring has had a much greater like cultural impact than God of War has, and just like how Dark Souls, you know, influenced game design massively, and it's influenced the game industry in a huge way. I think Elden Ring has done the same, and it's going to really leave a mark. Where God of War is going to be remembered for you know, being a good game and people really liking it, but like it's not affecting the industry in any way. It's not going to leave a mark on the industry, you know, whatsoever. So it's going to be forgotten about in that sense much faster.
It's too late to say sorry now.
You know, I think people really do like it, right? And that's fine. You know, I don't think there's anything bad about that. But yeah, FromSoft has really affected the game industry a lot, honestly.
How should we do this?
I gotta say, and maybe it's because I'm older and I remember some of the older games that were different than the AAA schlock recently. Because I will admit and agree that God of War's storytelling is better than most of the other AAA games that have come out in recent years. But that's because those games suck, and a lot of storytelling in video games has been atrocious. But to me, when I see God of War's story and I compare it to some, you know, indie games and some older video games and stuff like that, it's nothing impressive to me. I don't think it's bad. I'm not hating on it. But I'm like, this is nothing to write home about. This is nothing that's gonna... I feel like people's standards are just so low because AAA video games in the last, like, I don't know, 10 years have just been so bad that in comparison it looks amazing. Where when you know, if you have some standards, I don't think it's like that. I don't think it's bad. I'm not attacking God of War, but I don't think it's anything to write home about. Like, I really don't.
Are you ready?
Why is... Oh god, must be my support unit. Like, why is Rand on the team now?
Get ready, everyone. It's time to move.
Yeah, this dragon actually had some kind of gimmick. Oh. I see.
Oh, me again?
That's why that nonsense was happening. Yeah, okay. Well, we got him now. And we kind of did shitty at the beginning. So, chat, is this event, this is chapter 3, right? We're in chapter 3 right now. Is this before, during, or after the event with, oh fuck, what's her name? Not Canis. My Epic 7 people won't know what that means, but, you know, the new Winterberg leader lady, when is her event? Because I actually read that event, and I know, like, Cecile, what the fuck her name is. She gets, like, replaced, you know, as the leader and all that, so I'm kind of wondering, like, where are we in the timeline with that? Like, is she still the leader right now, or has that already happened? Like, what? Like, where the fuck is this? Celica, or whatever, I think that's her name. Or Cecilia. I think it might be Cecilia, that'll be the one.
I even need these right now? Actually, I think I do. I think I have a red unit I need to work on. I'll tell you what I need to do. Let me see if I can do it. Because Poi sometimes is going to ban my... I hope Poi's not here right now. I don't want to give away my strategy here, but Poi's probably going to ban my Destina a lot, especially because I got her like more health. So if I want a setup where I'm going to do like... Because he seems to struggle right now against, you know, healer tank. So he can ban Destina. So I've got a backup healer now. I don't think... I don't have a lot of good PvP healers right now, so I'm just gonna... I got her HP super fucking high. I think she'll be good enough to fuck with Poi. So I want to get her, she's got like a... Yeah, effect resistance. Like, might as well, you know, and any bit helps. So yeah, I need to get 3 more of these. So, you know, very minor bonus, but you know, if you resist a, you know, a key debuff, that's big. So, but yeah, Poi's probably gonna murder my Destina. The only bad thing is if he doesn't ban Destina, then I'd have 2 healers on the team. Although I don't know if Poi could actually kill me then. So then you could just I don't know, Dark Corvus or something. So yeah, I know that facial expression is pretty funny. And then there's where is it? Oh yeah, there it is. That one's pretty famous. That's pretty good. I figure actually a lot of people use that one, I would imagine. And then you got my favorite. He has none. Just blank. Emote worthy. Yeah, some people have it as an emote. Actually, our Slain emote on Discord is that. It's just that in an ice cube. She's probably better than Soul for a lot of stuff, but it depends. They're both good. Like, you can do like Golem with both. She's definitely the easier way to do Golem. But he's still got some nice stuff going for him, actually. Like, if you're a big fan of him, by all means, gear him. I think it'll be fine. You know, if you're not trying to be like super top tier, you know, PvP, I don't think it's a big deal. And even in PvP, this right here is actually pretty good. It's still alright. He can still keep up. I've seen some people still use him and do fine. I keep questioning why I have not geared him. I really need to do that because I do like him. I think the main reason I haven't geared him is because I do have her geared. So it's just kind of diminishing returns, and because I'm really low, I don't have a lot of gear, right? I'm pretty standard for Wyvern 13. I just use, you know, her with Joker, and I can do it with a bunch of stuff. I think I can kind of fuck around with it, but like I can use her for defense down. I can use Terranor Guard. I mean, I can tank it with Crow, which pretty much is always what I do is tank it with Crow, and yeah, it's not a problem. Like, she just melts it. But like, it's basically her and Crow, and then the other 2 units can change. Like, I've tried where I use a healer and it works, but I don't really have to. I've done quad DPS and that also works, and I can literally do it either way. It doesn't matter. Like, I could do Ran and her, and that works fine. Or I could do, you know, her and then the healer, or I could do Ran and the healer, or I could do Terranor Guard and the healer, or whatever. But yeah, it's honestly, Crow and her generally get the job done, and it's not much of a problem. Because she's got the she's got this where she can put the dots on the boss and stuff. So yeah, it's not too hard. I've actually been having more issues with Golem. If I play manually, I can beat Golem really easy, but I really cannot do him auto, like, at all. I think I know how. I think what I need to do is get him up. Even with this gear's kind of shitty, but I think it's good enough if I just, like, leveled it. And then bring him and Crimea, and then, like, a healer. And then I give Crimea, or Sirmia, whatever the fuck her name is, give her Joker instead of Border Coin, and then use her, the first one, Flame of Fire. I think that would do it. And then I probably wouldn't even bring a 4th unit, that way they don't proc the counterattack so much. Unless maybe I would bring a 4th if it was someone like Soul or something that could do a lot of damage, but yeah, that's probably what I'm gonna do.
Because I was watching, I can technically auto Golem 13, but the win rate is atrocious, and it's because the AI is just fucking stupid. And, you know, they get counterattacked all the time, and they have the healer attacking the boss and everything, and it's just, it's not great. So I think I need to do something like that. And if that doesn't work, I don't know what the fuck I'm gonna do, to be honest. I think that will work, though. But yeah, if it doesn't, I have no fucking idea what I'm gonna do. But I can actually beat Golem super easily if I play myself. But yeah, if I auto, it's a little yikes. Where Wyvern is way easier to auto in my experience. At least for me right now. Golem is he's a lot of like the basic stuff, right? Like health set, attack set, that kind of thing. Which actually I need a lot right now because I'm focusing on a lot of like really tanky people right now, like tanks and healers. But normally, overall, this is the boss you're gonna do the most because when in doubt, use a speed set that has good substats. I mean, that's like the game. It's like when in doubt, just put speed on them, and he drops speed. Yeah, he drops crit, speed, and hit. Hit's kind of niche, but you do use it sometimes. But like speed is so common. Like it is so fucking common. So yeah, these two you probably do the most, and then it used to be Banshee next. I have not done Banshee since the like stuff back in the day. Banshee 11 was the latest. I have never even done Banshee 12 and 13 because yeah, they didn't exist when I was playing actively. But yeah, these sets are really good, but they're like utility picks, right? Very specific units are going to use them, but they can be some of the most impactful sets actually, like Lifesteal, Counter, and even Destruction sometimes, but that's probably fallen off a lot now, I suspect, with some of the newer sets. But yeah, Lifesteal and Counter can be very, very good, and even Resist can be very, very good, but if you're like a new player kind of building up your backbone, you're not going to worry about those very much. So like Banshee is definitely way lower priority. And I've actually never fought these because they weren't really a thing when I was kind of getting out of the game. I don't even remember what they drop. Oh yeah, Unity, right? Yeah, see, these were just not really a thing when I was playing. I wonder if Terranor Guard though with Unity is good. But yeah, I mean, Wyvern. Like he's just. You know, speed is by far the most important thing, at least for PvP. Now, if you're going to focus on like PvE and that kind of thing, then it's honestly whatever fucking units you're going to be using, so then it changes like everything. But yeah, Wyvern for days. I'm gonna be real quick, chat. I need to get water. I'm getting parched here. Talking too much. Yeah, I tell you though, it is going to take forever for me to know like what units to bring in PvP, because when I played, the meta was Dizzy and what's her name, Diana or some crap, the blue healer that gives crit resist. That was the meta back in the day. Everything revolved around either Dizzy or countering Dizzy. That was literally the game. And then now, you know, there's all these auto-activate skills and all this other bullshit. And I knew about that stuff, but I wasn't playing. I kept tabs on our Discord, and you know, I'd watch some of our Discord people fight each other and stuff. So I was aware of kind of how the meta was changing. But like I don't know what any of the fucking units do now. Like when I've been doing some arena, I have no fucking. I'll look at a team and I'm like, I have no fucking idea what that team is. Like I don't know if it's cleave, anti-cleave, you know, or you know, tanky or something. Like, I have no idea. So learning all that is going to be very difficult. Because there's just a lot of bullshit now. There's a lot of like Yu-Gi-Oh nonsense, essentially. I tell you though, that early meta was so good for me. Because one, I had Dizzy, but that wasn't even why. Blue, all the meta units were blue back then. And my favorite color is green, and as such, a lot of the green units, you know, I got and liked. So I was sitting on a bunch of green units, and everyone was spamming blue. I mean, it was just so common. It was blue for days. And, yeah, it went well. It went really well for me back then. Yeah, my god, they really stuck with blue being meta for a while because there was, you know, the anti-crit healer lady, Dizzy, Crow, and then, yeah, Super Smash Bros. And those are all blue, and those were all, like, really meta for a long time. Charles was pretty meta pretty fast, though. Like, he became, like, a real staple. I played very lightly during the SSB meta. I wasn't really in the game much anymore though. I would just play, you know, vaguely every once in a while. But so, you know, I had to fight her some in the arena and stuff. But because I was playing too seriously, it wasn't too bad. She was really fucking annoying though, but Charles with counter made it a lot better. But yeah, she's an obnoxious character. I actually think the whole thing with all these auto activates is just kind of dumb. It's gotten really out of hand. I think Violet has remained good. Seems like he's still really popular. But I figure if you're a Violet fan, you're eating good. I don't mind him, but I don't know. I don't know what it is. I've just never liked his design that much. I don't mind his character, but like his actual design, I've always just been kind of eh. I think it's like the art style. I forget what's he under. He's also one of the few like early game, like added to the game pretty early units that I don't have. Yeah, I don't know. I guess it's the, I forget what these are called, but this looks kind of stupid. Purple is definitely not my favorite color. And I don't know, the art, something about the art style, just, I don't know. It's, I'm not big on it. I don't hate him, right? I don't like loathe the man, but the skin is bad. Let me see. Yeah, that's not helping. That's not helping. Yeah, he's just not my cup of tea. Again, no hate, but he's not my cup of tea. I would not want to be like a Violet main. That's what I'm getting at. That would not be, yeah, I think he's still pretty good these days. Pretty strong. Yeah, I like how I have everyone in this tab except for those two. I have Vivian? What? I don't even, dude, I'm telling you, when I was playing super casually and just like logging in and stuff, I had stupid good luck, right? Like I would just so lightly play the game. And I remember I would just constantly get 6 stars, like all the time. I just log in, do a few rolls or whatever, and I would just constantly get 6 stars. Ridiculous. But there was a really long period there, like this last year, where I did not even log in. I was too busy with other stuff. A lot of limited stuff I don't have too, because I didn't like even try to get a lot of those. You know, like I have no idea, like this stuff, I have no idea this was ever added. Like I missed all of this stuff, this era. Like I wasn't even keeping tabs on the game at that point, so. And there's a whole bunch of units, I'm like, what the fuck is this? I remember Moonlight Violet, I think, being a thing. I don't actually remember his design, so I'm drawing a blank on what he looks like. Oh, yes, I remember that. That is better. I do like this more. Still not quite. You know what would make this better, chat? What would make me like actually like this design? Make him like 5 or 6 years older and give him like a goatee, right? Now we're talking, right? Get a little bit more meat on his bones, right? Green too, right? Yeah, make the red here green, right? The red on the sword, make that green instead. Might need to change the yellow then though. Yeah, the yellow might need to be silver. Yeah, there we go. Keep the black, make the gold silver, make the red green, get a little bit older, then we're talking, right? That's get some, like, I don't know, Count of Monte Cristo vibes or something. But not bad, yeah, not bad. I do prefer that over the normal one, I will say. Okay, alright. Okay, no gimmicks. This is actually a filler stage. Because last time I thought that, it was a fucking lie. Is there any way to preview the enemies again without going back? I fucking hate that. I always like go click my team and I'm like, wait a minute, what colors are they? Okay, green's good. Probably just do want to keep a defense down person though. Let's see if I can heal him in combat. This is unnecessarily risky, but I think I saw his Moonlight Theater artwork. I think I haven't really done much over there. Kind of silly the way they do that mode. I think I saw it. You know, rush march. You know, just. You know, get through the story, do the labyrinth, you know, start doing that kind of stuff. No worries. Because actually, if you level up too fast,
there will be glory.
If you level up too fast, if you're trying to enjoy the PvE, right? It might become too easy, right? You don't want to overstat everything and whatnot. So,
Victory is
if your goal is not to like rush to the PvP, then. Yeah, there's no need to worry about leveling up too much.
Step back.
The restrictions can be fun when you're in the early parts of the game, right? That's what keeps it interesting. Right, as you start getting farther, then you can worry about it. But that's when it becomes a lot easier to level units up. Like, it's almost trivial to do it now.
Our path is one of peril.
Don't be afraid. Let's go together.
Time for a warm-up. I'm with you.
Yeah, honestly, early game, just use the gear that drops in the story and the labyrinth and shit. And you just, you know, and the thing is, you don't have to worry about,
come with us.
Like, what if this gear's not optimal? It doesn't really matter because, you know, all the lower level gear you're gonna eventually replace. You know, it's all gonna be useless, like equally useless when you get to in-game, so.
Chaos walks with us.
Just have fun, I mean, really.
Oh, me again?
Honestly, I think it's a very viable thing as a new player to just roll. You just roll as you get currency, and just because there's a bunch of really good units that are universal units, and yeah, it's not a bad idea to just like roll a bunch early on, and whatever. And then once you have a backbone, right, you got like a base for your account, then you can start stockpiling to get those key rate ups that you want. But yeah, early on, I think, and that's true for a lot of gacha games, a lot of times you kind of want to just build up a core roster before you start worrying about that other stuff.
Should I show you my secret weapon? It's not my fault if you get hurt.
Watch carefully.
Yeah, same thing in FGO. Maybe not in Arknights though. I will say, because the way Arknights does recruitment, Arknights you could pretty easily start stockpiling right away.
I'll show
And
you
like,
how it's done.
Arknights does a really good job of like the 1 to 4 stars being like super viable and strong and everything. So, yeah, Arknights, if you wanted to, you could start saving up for your waifu or what have you right off the bat. Even then though, if it was me, I would still do a couple of rolls. I think kind of just get the ball rolling, but I also don't normally have like that one waifu I guess gotta get, so.
Radiant light.
Big tree.
Come with us. Your armor will crumple before my axe.
What do you mean resist? I have quite a... That had to be a 15%.
Victory is within our grasp.
The boss has 25% effect resistance, and my Axe God has a lot of effectiveness right now. I think he's at like 90% or something, which is probably more than he actually needs to be.
Good.
But yeah, we definitely just got 15% it on. Hey, boy, what's up?
Watch and learn.
Boy, you missed the third expedition that I hadn't done yet. I was gonna duo it with you, but you were MIA, so... I've got some other expeditions, though.
Foolish.
I'm actually kind of sleeping myself. I actually slept really good last night, but the night before, I slept like trash, and that's why I didn't stream. I felt really crappy all day because of that.
Fear my axe.
I'm a little sick. Oh shit, that sucks. If you want to just chill and not play, don't worry about it. If you want to just
step back, if you value your life, don't say I didn't.
No big deal. Never really liked Luna's design much. Just looks a bit, I don't know, silly to me. Yeah, it's not even the booba. It's like it's almost cartoonish, right? It's like it's not like boobs are bad. It's just it's so over the top. I can't take it seriously. And then the design just doesn't look that great to me. It's just kind of chaotic looking. I don't know. It's not a clean design. Oh, speaking of, I need to check our guild. Like, we're mostly low levels in the guild right now, but I think we have some new people that might need to be slotted. If anyone wants to join the guild, by all means, we have quite a few people. The guild's technically full, but like a lot of the people are from when I played a long time ago, so we got a bunch of people we could replace. But I figured don't replace them until we actually need to. But yeah, I think we got some people we might need to slot in Guild Wars here. Because they can't partake if they're not slotted. And I don't really care right now if we lose, because we got a lot of low levels, so... Yeah, if you want to join, by all means. We got a couple of high levels. We had, was it BC going the other day, and he's pretty decked. Yeah, hold on, we gotta boot someone. I just want to be careful. I only want to boot people that are like the weakest, so... Because like, the people that haven't logged in a year, you can still use them as a defense team, so... You know, why not? So we sort by... Go by rank, and we want the lowest ranks that haven't logged in. Okay, so they're all logging in. That's 4 minutes, not 4 months. Okay, so that's our lowest level person that isn't playing. We've got some low-level people that actually have decent teams. We got a few. Yeah, BC is one of our best players now. Like me, Kai, BC, and Ace's ult. Yeah, I'll probably still be playing. I think this will be a game that I'll... Yeah, I'm not gonna main it, but I'm definitely gonna play this consistently. Okay, someone's gotta get this. I guess Blue is getting the boop. Feels bad, but gotta do what you gotta do. Alright, if you wanted to apply, I can grab you that way, or you can give me your username and I can invite you. But yeah, it's armored. For some reason, people sometimes struggle to find it to apply, and I have to invite them manually. I don't really know why, but... Now, right now, I just want to get people in that are active. You know, if we can do better in Guild Wars, great, but it's not a big deal, right? I don't care if we get smacked in Guild Wars right now. I just want people that log in, play, you know, we get all of our rewards going. It's fine. And I'm never going to be like super serious, but it's fun if we can, you know, do Guild Wars and have a good time with it. Okay, what's your username? 123. Okay, let me. I'll get you here. There we go. Actually, way higher rank than half of our people. All right, let me know when you get in, so I'll slot you in Guild Wars right now, so I don't forget. You go in and out. Now, I see so much hate for Mort. Although I gotta, never mind his gameplay. I don't even know what his gameplay is, because I remember I logged in like during the event that he was available. I didn't really play it, and then there was another event. I think it's the one with Sinya, and I actually did play that one, and he was in that. So I've seen him like, you know, design-wise, but I've never seen him gameplay-wise. I'm kind of mixed about his design. What color is he? I know I got him. I think I may have burned him though, but I didn't really have much desire to level him. But maybe he's blue. I don't remember what color he is. Yeah, people apparently hate his gameplay. Meta cancer stuff. He's green. Yeah, I must have burned him because I am pretty sure that I got him. But yeah, I don't think I kept him. I can't say I care. He just, you know, the game needs more dudes, but it's just not. I didn't like him that much. Yeah, if we got someone else that wants to join, let me. Gotta nuke someone else. What's your username? Okay, 123's in. Yeah, who? Someone said it was full. Who was it? Oh, LAN fan. Do you? If you want in, I'll let you in. But if you want to wait until later, you can do that too. But I mean, it's completely up to you. If you want in, I'll get you. The more people that log in, you know, the more bonus we get. So let's see. So these people that haven't logged in 2 years, if they're high ranked, I'll keep them as long as possible because they're more useful. I wish I could sort by rank, and then by last login. I'm afraid I'm going to accidentally boot someone because I think it says months when it's actually minutes. So I'm kind of scared about that. Okay, so Mud is on the burn. Okay, I'll let me get you right here. And then we'll set up Guild Wars here. Okay. So I think they've actually changed Guild Wars since I played way back in the day. Back in the day, you couldn't attack the towers until like the other towers were destroyed, but I don't think that's the case anymore. So people would do, they put their really weak people in the towers because they were hard to get to. But that doesn't seem to be the case anymore. Can I just clear everything? I think we should just go start over and go one at a time. I assume this one though, you still have to beat everything to get to, so we can put a noob in there. And I can probably make my defense team better. Let's see. Maybe Destina. Like, I think one of my teams should be like Tanky Cancer. Maybe like Crow, Dark Corvus, Destina, maybe.
Want it to be at least some trouble for people. Let's see. I don't have that many people that are like geared enough to really be all that viable, so... She's geared enough. They're geared enough. The problem is I don't want a team that's like all green. That would be a problem. I don't have a geared Angelica. I never really liked her, so I never geared her. She's pretty damn tanky though, and that could be noob bait. Yeah, honestly, going for noob bait might be fuck. You know, if I really wanted to help the guild out, this unironically might work. I have so many trash mobs. I could potentially set up like trash mobs that could actually beat noobs. I think I could actually do that. That might actually be better for the guild. Because a lot of people that are throwing put up trash mobs anyway. The problem is they need to be 5 stars. Mine are 6 stars. And that might give it away. People are like, wait a minute, if there's 6 stars, he's probably actually, you know, doing something. But I don't know, people might actually try. There's a few trash mob combos that are actually decent. I don't think we do that right now because I'd have to go like re-gear and do all kinds of nonsense. So, but at some point I might do that. I think I might bust out like find the best 3 trash mob combo possible and put that up. That could be pretty entertaining actually. Okay, she's pretty good. The thing is like with Charles that it's kind of just red bait. I could put like Rand and then Charles. But it's not like he's that geared. But yeah, I do kind of want to try that. I think that could be a good time. Okay, I feel like it's not the best. What else do I have though? I mean, she's kind of geared, but she's too slow. She doesn't have the speed, I think, to be that great. She's not geared yet. She's close though. She might surprise some people. She's decently geared. She's not too bad either. Maybe I don't do Charles. That's crazy though, because one, I like Charles, but I don't know. They might just like that might be better. I mean, really, if I wanted to help the guild, I think my excuse me. Anyway, I think my best bet would be noob bait, which I don't have that much of, but because it's not like I'm like super geared or anything. I'll go with this for now, and then if we want to adjust it, we can always do that. Okay, is there a way though to like clear everybody and just apply everybody? I mean, it almost doesn't matter where you slot people now. I think the only thing that matters is maybe putting a strong person in the fort or whatever. The way they seem to have changed things. Am I right about that? That's kind of what it seems like. Because now you can attack these no matter what. Like before you had to destroy the little towers to get to the big one, but I don't think that's a thing anymore. So isn't it just like put the best units in the towers? I mean, that's literally it. And then probably put your noobiest person in the main hub because we're not going to be fighting guilds that are actually making it there. So I figure that's actually pretty rare that happens. All right, I guess we just. Yeah, I think we just nuke everyone here, and then we'll just start over. Find our 3 best. What? That even update? Okay, no, it did. I don't know why it booted me out like that. So we don't want... Poi's actually one of our better ones, so we don't want him in there. No, wait, no, maybe we do. I'm already thinking backwards. What the fuck? Team info has been saved. Any changes made? Oh, it's just saying you need to... It's telling you that you've saved it, so if you want to change it, you need to save it again. I don't know why the fuck you would say that, because that's confusing people. Like, no shit. Alright. Well, let's see what we got here. So, now obviously CP doesn't actually reflect necessarily who's the strongest. But, so King, who doesn't play anymore, is the strongest. Then BCU, who just joined. And then Gambler, who doesn't play anymore. He's on Discord all the time though, but, and then me. So yeah, me and BC are like the only active players. And then Kai though, I don't think he's put any effort into his defense team there. And then Ace's ult there. Okay, well. BC's actually playing, so he's got like more current stuff, so we'll go with that. So is that how you get to the stronghold now? You just kill the 3 forts? It's kind of interesting. I can see why they made those changes though. That does make sense. I guess we'll go with King. I mean, he was really geared back in the day. His units are just out of date, I think. But it's probably still worth. SSBB could be decent. His second team there, though, I don't know about that one. Alright. Could go with Ace's ult, but I don't know how much he keeps up with it. Yeah, it's either Gambler, me, or Ace, I think. Where's Boy? Boy has better units, I think, than I do, but I think I'm a little bit more geared. But I think his units are actually better. Oh, excuse me, it's MFJ's ult. Look, get your names in order. I'm just saying, no one's name matches anything. How am I supposed to know who the fuck is who? I'm concerned that I might be one of the better guards for the fort. That's not a good sign. That is definitely not a good sign. You sap your main's luck. MFJ, how confident are you in your ults team, like compared to mine? Always Kai as well, but I don't think he has put much effort into his team here. A lot of his units don't work together. Yeah, especially this one. I don't think that's great. Yeah, I think it's you or me. Yeah, alright. Yeah, we'll go with you. That seems fine enough. Okay. So the other towers literally don't matter, but you should still probably spread your noobs out so they... Because some people are too lazy to switch between the 3 tabs. So, try to spread out the noobs as best we can. And if someone is super newbie, we don't have to slot them if they're not even going to be able to attack anything. But, you know, it's nice to have your newbies slotted if they can attack the enemy newbies, right? But, like, that's probably not worth. If they're playing actively, I want them to have a shot. Because, like, even as weak as this guy is, I think this is Fishy. They sometimes can kill someone on the enemy team that... So if they can do it, great. And Fishy's actually playing, so... Okay, that's Land who just joined. Same deal, he can probably get one, but let's try this. How many super newbies do we got here? Not actually that many. Like, obviously these are still pretty weak, but it's a huge jump from these. So, like, put this in one zone and this in one zone. So this zone's gonna have to have 2 scrubs. We'll go with the best of the super scrubs. There we go. It's actually fine if you fail. Attacking and failing doesn't hurt you in any way, and you still actually get credits for it. So you might as well try. Like, if you're weak, try to seek out the weakest that they have, because right now we're gonna fight other guilds that are weak as fuck too. And yeah, if you seek out their weakest ones, you can sometimes get a draw or a win. Yeah, GSK, who's super new, he got a win, so yeah, you might as well try. There's literally no harm in failing. Like, nothing bad happens. I don't know if I should slot this guy or not. I don't know how active he's gonna be. And he's really weak. But if he's gonna play, then I'll slot him, but okay, we'll do that. And then Marps is our last Omega newbie, and then after that they're at least a bit better. It's gonna be interesting to see how this goes tomorrow. If we fight anybody worth a damn, it's going to be death, but we probably won't, so... Okay, we'll go with... Oh yeah, Tusk. I forgot that Tusk actually played this game. He actually really liked Chaos Axe. It's definitely his kind of character. Probably one of the few guilds that's zombieing like this, where, you know, we were a guild years ago at the very start of the game, and then, like, evaporated. And then I was like, hey, let's play again! And then we actually got some new people coming in. You don't have to be online when this stuff happens. It's, like, turn-based, if you will. Always bad when you got the gear thing. I think it means someone like doesn't even have equipment on, I think. I'm gonna hang out with Poi. What are the 2 towers? There we go, these towers. That'll work. There we go. I'm just trying to spread the power up. I don't think that spreading it out matters too much, but you don't want like all your noobs in the exact same spot, because again, some people are just lazy and aren't going to switch tabs. It's actually kind of a mess. I actually know a lot of people that play Epic 7, and a lot of them are like regulars in my stream, but none of them want to join my guild because they're like, well, no one else good is in the guild. But because everyone feels that way, it never goes anywhere. It's kind of silly because like I know enough people that are all like decked as fuck that if they just played together, it would be fine. But like even Cairo is like that. Let's see. Yeah, it's like a psychological thing. Like they don't want to, you know, give up they don't want to risk, you know, being in a guild that's not, you know, actively doing well. But it's kind of a self-fulfilling prophecy. If you want to change your team, you just go to this menu back here and hit team formation. And then you just click save or update. Yeah, I think you click update. The thing is, a lot of people don't, you know, care about getting the absolute meta rewards, and a lot of times, if all, like, my point is, I know enough people that are super like decked and into the PvP that if they all work together, you know, they'd be able to get the good rewards. So And it was like that from the very beginning, like when I played years ago. People, and this is not unique to Epic 7, this applies to a lot of things in life. If people have the opportunity to, they'd rather just skip to the finish line instead of going through the race to get there. So they'd rather join a guild that's already set. And that's actually kind of the problem with a lot of games, actually, is they don't really incentivize people to go through the journey, if you will, right? And they kind of incentivize just jumping straight to the finish line. But like, I actually have more fun, you know, building something. And then, you know, it's more rewarding that way. And especially with streaming, it's really nice to like have viewers that get into the game because you get into the game and then they play with you and then you build up together and stuff. That's very enjoyable, so. But yeah, that whole like jump to the finish line thing, that's a really big thing in life that people do. It's actually, in some places it's fine, but in some areas it's a mistake. Like people do that in relationships a lot. They don't want to like grow together. They want to just find someone that's already complete and everything. And that normally those people aren't going to be looking for you, right? So like there's just a lot of stuff in life like that where people don't want to put in the work. They want to go straight to the reward, and that. Would you like to update the hero information of your defense team assigned to the building? Okay, so basically if you change your team, you come in here and click update, and that will just automatically switch it. So, yeah, GSK, very weak home-based defense, but hopefully they just can't get there. Eventually, though, we'll actually need to put a good player in there, because we probably will start seeing some teams that actually know what they're doing. Alright, yeah, if anyone else wants to join, though, let me know. We still got plenty of, like, AFK people that haven't played in a long time, so we still got room. Yeah, just say some if you want in. Looks like we got about, like, 13, 15 people that are active right now, so that's not a bad start. I'll take it. I'm not sure if I want to do placements today or not. I'm trying to think, because I might want to wait, like, just another day or two, because I could just get a few more units geared. But I guess it doesn't matter. I mean, if chat wants me to do it, I'll do it. If chat wants to see a shit show, we can have a shit show. Because I do want to play Elden Ring later, so we could just jump on in and do some placements if chat's up for it. But it's gonna be tough because I just don't know what any of the fucking units do, like on the enemy side. Let's see though. What do we want to? If we do want to do PvP, I think our best bet right now is probably focusing on stuff like Charles, Crow, Dark Corvus, Testina, you know, the tanky, funky boys, Sinya, you know, with like a little bit of maybe Rand, depending, because he's got anti-debuff. Anything I can do to make Rand better, like easily here? I'd say one thing I would like to do before I do placements, because I think this could have a pretty tangible effect. Wait, what did that up? Speed? Oh, I really should get that. Like very little, and I can even get these catalysts through the event. Like I can just get them like literally right now. But I want to get Crow's Last Awakening, which actually I can't believe I don't have yet, because it's effect resistance. And you know, if that happens to proc and stop a, you know, a provoke or, you know, whatever, that can be a huge difference. So yeah, maybe we do it tomorrow. Just like today, like off stream, I could farm these. Although I'd have to get 10 of these. I don't think you can pick these. Let me see. But yeah, if I got those two, that would be nice. But let's see. Oh yeah, it's over here. Alright, what do we got? Yeah, so I need 2 of these. That's no problem. And then I don't think you can pick... No, you can pick Crows. Okay, I'll pick 4 of them. So I need 6 of those. And then just a bunch of blue gems. So it wouldn't be that hard. Oh yeah, we still got a free 6-star. I'm gonna save that for now though. Alright. I wouldn't mind doing some placements though. We'll probably have a tough time, but it'll be an experience.
Leave me alone. I'm busy.
Okay, so do you have to make your team first? Like, how does it work like mock battle? Like, how does the game do this shit? I'm assuming it drafts just like you draft. Okay, so it's just like mock battle. Okay. All right, sure, why not? We'll jump in there. Actually, I remember I did a little bit of real-time arena back in the day. MFJ, you fucker. I just got stream sniped. That is so stupid. He is so much more geared than me. That's the problem with streaming though, is people do that shit. Like that's guys, don't do that, guys. That's stupid. Like I'm actually surprised that worked though, considering I haven't done a placement. But yeah, I really don't want to fight stream snipers, guys. I actually might have to like hide when I queue, because this is why you can't have nice things.
I'll bet my
This
entire
is like always a
fortune
thing
on
with
victory.
streaming.
If you're ready,
We'll bring
let's
Chunky
go.
Boy.
If you wish to fight me, determination will be required.
I'm truly surprised though that MFJ was even able to do that. 'Cause, like, what are you ranked? Oh, he hasn't done placements either? Is that why? I'm surprised you haven't. Do they reset like so often? Like how does that work? Like, do they have seasons and stuff?
Run! If you're
I don't
scared.
even know who that is. See, this is what I'm talking about. I would have no clue, like, what I need to look out for with that character, and like not a clue.
I'm scared.
Okay, we're very red here. I wonder if my Destina is tanky enough not to get one shot. Probably not.
I always give my all.
Call me when you need something done right. Never lose hope.
Is that a skin? Is that Scythe lady? She was in the game forever ago, but that's absolutely not what she looked like. So I'm wondering if that's like a skin or
I'll
something.
give you a rest.
Yeah, Judge. Yeah, I remember that. The issue is a lot of my characters are just like absolutely not geared, so...
Soldiers,
Alright,
raise your
let's see how this
spears.
goes. Alright, you get to ban something. Well, I know this is like his girl, so I'm not gonna ban that. I'll be not, you know, we want him to use what he wants to use. It's no fun if I do that. We'll ban her because I don't remember what she does. There goes my boy Ran. And his weeby hair.
Bloom.
I didn't realize they had different arenas for this. That's kind of cool.
In full bloom. The Sword of Flowers.
AoE cooldown increase. Yeah, I remember that now that you say that. She was out back when I played.
Follow me.
From head to toe.
Oh, I see. So it is just this one map. It's different each season. I would prefer they just had different maps. So like every time you get a game, you know, it's just different. I think that'd be better.
Do my song.
Oh my god.
I'll do my best.
Why does that exist? And she was added into the game pretty early on too.
I shall honor you with my presence.
Like to this day, she's still like one of the most out of like place things, I think.
Shall we get going?
The fact that you could go before my all-rounder is concerning.
Just trust me.
Like all-rounder is like my fastest character, and your entire team went before I did.
Maybe it's time to warm up.
What? You got a request for me? All right. Target confirmed.
Put an end to this.
Now
Really?
isn't the time to hesitate.
Do you have really high effect resist, or I just get unlucky? Because my effectiveness is like 100%. So I want to know, did I just get 15%'d, or do you have crazy resist? I might need to just kill her then.
Victory is right
Well,
in front
oh
of
fuck, my
us.
time was up. I don't know who it's targeting then. I didn't realize that's a little time. Well, it targeted that, so good enough.
Get ready.
No, 15%'d. Yeah, it was both debuffs. That sucks. I thought you might have a bunch of effect resist, because I could just see you doing that, but yeah, I guess just bad luck.
Raise your spears. You can't escape
That
retribution.
mechanic should not exist, by the way.
This world's existence no longer has
Like
any
1000%. That mechanic needs to not exist.
You must pay the price.
You've never fought anyone like me before.
As you command.
Like, I think it's bad for PvP and PvE. Like, I don't see what's the benefit of that system. Like, and apparently everyone hates it. So I would love to hear the devs like internal logic as to why they have it.
The lead.
Yeah, we really needed a healer here, I think. Well, I think what would work best is if I could have like actually stunned her and like healed Corvus. But yeah, we don't have any.
If you wish to
Yes,
fight
if Corvus
me,
dies. Oh, Corvus has
determination
this
will be
skill.
required.
Never mind.
Until all is
I didn't realize you were that far along. Well, my apologies.
I think I'm going to faint.
But yeah, I might have to do my placements off stream so I don't get stream sniped all the time, because that'll probably happen. Like, never mind MFJ, there's just like other people that are lurking and aren't saying anything.
Raise your
That,
spears.
like, don't even care about the stream, but they just watch people playing Epic. That's always a thing, so I should probably just,
Every tear we've shed.
once I'm ranked, right, then I could probably stream it, and it wouldn't be so bad.
I'm scared.
I'm actually flabbergasted, though, MFJ was able to stream snipe me.
Go
Like, I am
away.
truly shocked by this.
What? You got a request for me? From what I've seen here?
You're just
Like, I need some info here, MFJ. Like, has the season reset really recently, or do you not give a shit about real time? Like, I would have thought you would have done it just for the loot, right? I would have figured you would have at least done like the minimum stuff to get the loot. Yeah, I know he hasn't done placements yet. I don't ever do it. Okay, so that's why you're not ranked. Yeah, I was just wondering, like, maybe if the season had reset. That was very silly though. That was at least MFJ was a good sport about it and didn't go super meta on me and didn't like ban my. Because like this is another reason why I don't want to. This is actually a problem, like with streaming this game, especially where I'm at. So for example, let's say you've been playing the game like a lot, and you got a huge roster. Because I figure most people that stream the PvP, have a huge roster of characters that are geared. Because the problem is, if I get stream sniped, they can actually just wreck me. Because I have so few people that are geared, they can pre-ban like Dark Corvus, and then match ban like Destina, and then just counter Crow, and I can't do anything, right? Because I don't have enough people geared. So like that's like a real problem with streaming this game, especially like I say if you don't have a big roster, because of the pre-ban system,
like, I don't know what they have, right? So what the pre-ban system is supposed to be for is if there's that one character you just hate fighting against, or it clearly just counters the shit out of you, you just pick that, because you don't know who you're fighting. You're just fighting some nameless nobody, so you pre-ban just whatever. Where if you get stream sniped, they can pre-ban, your best shit, or, they can, that's so not fair. Yeah, because like if you fight, Green Man, ban Destina, or pre-ban, Corvus, and that's most of like what I have. So yeah, I mean the thing is, Corvus isn't worth banning for the player base at large, but it is for if you're fighting me specifically, because I've only got like 5 units built, and like every match we've won is either Corvus or Sinya, right? They're the only two that ever really get that much done. So it's like, if you pre-banned Corvus and then match banned Destina, I mean, I have almost nothing to fight with. And the thing is, you would never know that if you were just fighting me randomly. If I fought Joe Blow off stream, he would never know to do that, right? Like, maybe he'd pre-ban Destina, but that's very unlikely. And he definitely wouldn't pre-ban Corvus, so it's not that big of a deal. Where if I'm getting like, countered like that, if I'm being like targeted, I'm fucked. And that's what I'm saying, is most streamers that probably stream the PvP, they already have so many units built that there's no specific thing that, a stream sniper could, ban that would screw them over. But, not a lot of my roster is geared, let alone, PvP style characters. It's 6 bans, yeah, that's kind of ridiculous, but that's kind of just the way the game is. Yeah, I could see Destina getting banned, that even if it was a random, but yeah, I don't think I really want to stream this right now just because of that. I think stream sniping is going to be a problem. I think I'll do my placements first, and then it won't be so bad. And then what I might do is just hide when I queue. That's what a lot of people do in games where stream sniping is a problem, but I think stream sniping will be a huge problem for me. I don't think it'll be a problem down the line, right? If I keep playing this game a lot and I eventually build out a really good roster, then I don't think it's a big deal. But like right now, I only have like, 1 or 2 team comps possible, so it'd be nonsense. But yeah, no, I will stream the PvP eventually though. Like we'll definitely do that. Wait, is she meta again? I didn't think she'd be meta again, but I know a lot of old units got buffed, and I guess Destina's meta again, and because when I first started playing, she was like kind of meta, never amazing, but she was like, Destina was kind of okay in PvP in the early days, and then she fell off real fast, and then she wasn't used much. But yeah, apparently she's back now. When did they buff her, by the way? When did that happen? Because I've noticed a lot of old units have been buffed like that, and none of them had when I last played. Like, Corvus now executes, right? That wasn't a thing. Bloodblade gets the immortality on turn 1. That definitely wasn't a thing. Like, there's just a lot of old units have like random stuff like that now. When did they do all that? They gave all Soul Weavers +7 speed last season? Jesus. They got a huge buff earlier this year. She's everywhere? Oh, Jesus. Yeah, I remember she was like the first meta. She was like the very first one. Isn't she limited too? I think, isn't she? Am I crazy? I think she's limited, so that must annoy some people. She is. That actually sucks because, like, new players, like, it's not hard for new players to get a lot of the other, like, staple units that are, at least not the Moonlight ones. But yeah, if she's limited, they really can't do that, so that kind of sucks. I guess Destina, though, is not limited, so at least there's that. Her base stance changed. I wish they buffed Gunther. I really like Gunther, but I've never really committed to giving him, like, really good gear, because he's kind of... But he's got an axe and he looks cool, so if they ever buff him, I'll be happy. I mean, I got like 3 or 4 units, though, that are, like, almost ready. So I wouldn't mind doing some, like, casual lobbies, because then it doesn't matter if people stream snipe me, and they're no biggie. But I might wait until tomorrow, because I really need to eat dinner so I can stream Elden Ring later, because I really want to stream Elden Ring today, because I haven't played it in a while, and then the things are coming. Okay, we gotta give one to Poi. That's like tradition here. We gotta at least do that. You know, he's pretty equally scuffed as I am, so yeah, Poi gets a free pass all the time. Alright. Let's see what you got, Poi. Yeah, I think you actually are a bit more scuffed than I am, but you, I think, have better units than I do. At least leveled. I have some very meta shit that I don't level. I actually don't know who that is. Oh, fuck, I got bans all versions of her. I was just trying to pick some random fucking thing, but I don't think Poi even has her, so it's fine.
Don't be afraid.
Good ban, all of them. Yeah, I've seen a lot of people that don't like her character. I don't know anything about her. I saw Raz, what's his name? Rez, the first MC. His profile, his reviews are full of people saying he's the better MC. It's just like loaded with that. I'm like, what the fuck? Yeah, I know absolutely nothing about her, so I don't know what.
Should I fight like lots?
What the deal with that is.
If they won't get out of the way.
Is it a gameplay thing, or is she like really annoying in the story or something? Like what has she done to get the wrath of everybody?
Shall I have a go?
Know your place. I will honor their wishes.
Let's see. Man, she does so well for me, and her gear's garbage.
Ready?
She has like blues and shit. I gotta fix that at some point. Cause she'd be really good. That wasn't the case. I know what I want, but I don't know where it is. I always click the wrong thing. There we go.
I'll help
So I know what Poi is gonna do to my my team here. And if he bans Corvus, then he might be able to just kill me. We'll see.
Do you believe in me?
Go ban that. Dude, I love how the ban text is so like, it's like it's a stamp. That is not what I thought Poi would ban there. She's an evasion unit. That alone makes people angry. Yeah, RNG, I'd imagine. And from what I've seen, this game's RNG and PvP is insane. Like, it's so high. Like, I have to imagine the tournament they just did, if you redid that tournament, the winner would change just because of RNG. Like, if you redid the whole tournament, same combatants, the outcome would probably change. I like very much, I don't, like, it's just, the RNG is just absolutely crazy.
Shall we clean up?
And as such, I don't know why people take it so seriously, because
This is my
I mean,
justice.
it's so fundamentally, like, dumb. Jesus Christ, what is that damage?
Radiant light.
Alright, does your pick order, are you allowed to change placement? I didn't even think about that kind of stuff. 'Cause I know there's some effects that are like based on, I don't know if I can do this yet, but I'm gonna. But there's some effects that are like based on, oh, you know what? I shouldn't have done that, I think, because of my other healer, but I guess we'll see.
If you're ready, let's go.
You can? Okay. Thankfully, my team, I don't think it's a big deal, but there definitely are some teams of mine where it could be a big deal.
I'm charging.
That would explain why it's got that ready period there. But yeah, I shouldn't have done Destina's big heal because she's got hers.
It's going to be okay.
If you wish to fight
This is going to be very silly.
determination will be
I get the
required.
feeling. Taunt? Taunt? Hey, we got the taunt.
I'll show you my ability. Don't waste my time.
Yeah, if you and Ace want to go at it, yeah, if anyone in my chat, like, that are, you know, roughly equally geared wants to fight, I got a little bit of time. I do need to eat, but we could,
Don't be
it'd be fun
afraid.
to watch some people that know, you know, the meta and everything. and watch them go at it. Why does my Corvus already have his... Did somebody crit the shit out of me? Because I know he gets 2 ticks off of a crit. So, like, Jesus Christ.
Existence no longer has any value.
Yeet.
Archdemon.
Luna did? I see. Oh shit, I think she's gonna live.
Descent.
Let's see. No, she didn't live.
Is it
I think she was
my
kind
turn?
of close, but, didn't quite get it.
Now isn't the time to hesitate.
I think we got Poise number on this one, which I'm okay with. I gotta get revenge for last stream where he smacked me.
Shall we go?
Not over yet though. He might blow me up. We'll see.
In the light.
No, that's not. I don't think that's enough. Yeah, I don't think that's enough damage.
As long as I'm
It's a
holding
lot,
the
but
spear, I want that back.
Should I fight like lots?
didn't he beat me again though after the grab bag? That shit was fucking stupid though, but yeah, I think he got me again. I think I did AoE.
That must have been
Tough call.
painful.
Shall I have a go?
You know, this might be. No, I'll wait. Thinking about third skilling just to get the shield, and it still probably does decent damage.
You with the strength of darkness.
Thanks.
If they won't get out
That
of the
was
way,
so bad for Poi.
we'll cut our way through.
That was so fucking bad for Poi. That was so
Show
bad
you my
too.
ability.
Okay, I just luck sacked all
Now's
over
my
Poi's
time to
face
shine.
there.
All right, shall we clean
He's
up?
probably gonna kill her, but I don't think he can kill Corvus.
This is my victory.
Oh wait, he has greater attack up. Oh my god!
Radiant
Poi,
light.
you fucking fucker! Yeah, he had the fucking greater. Why do you always get that when you do that fucking combo?
This is a formidable
That is so stupid! It's exactly like last stream.
Don't be afraid.
What's the proc rate on that again?
If they won't get out of the way,
Jesus
We'll cut our way
Christ, that's so dumb. I literally had it in the bag there, because like that turn I was gonna kill with Corvus. Oh my god. I think your luck stack might have been better than mine though, because like it's 50-50 if your 2 attack thing hits him, right? Oh no, it's not. It's 1 and 3. Still, that's fucked. It's 40% if it's limit broken. Is it limit broken? It is. Oh my god, that is so annoying. That's exactly what happened last time. So I guess I should just kill him first. I think I just have to kill Vildred first, because every fucking time I fight Poi, that happens. All right, well, I should probably stop though. I gotta eat. If we well, wait. No, we gotta host. We gotta host somebody. We gotta at least show. Okay, who wants to fight who? We can do one. So we got MFJ, Fury, Ace. Yeah, who wants to fight who here? Yeah, it might have been better to kill Lox just because he was letting him do those double turns, and he probably would have been really easy to kill. Me and Ace. Okay, that's fine. You all asked for it first anyway, so I think that's fair. Do I need to make the room, or can you all invite me? I've never done the spectating thing before. I can probably just make it and then make the password something like just the chat knows. Then I can just boot anybody. Assuming Ace is, yeah, Ace is here. Okay, password, we'll make the password, just green, all lowercase. Oh wait, I don't think you can, it's 4 digits. Let's do 1, 2, 3, 4. I mean, like, no one's gonna randomly guess that. It's not trying, so. Story unfortunately it wouldn't fit. Can I invite? How the fuck does any of this work? We got music, settings. Alright, how do you set it up? Like who fights who? No, that's inviting, okay. Okay. What's this? Band heroes. Press yourself and then me. Ah. Okay. We'll make everything random. Like first pick and all that. But what character even is that? Does left go second if you don't click the thing? Oh, it's Jacko. Oh, you're right, it is. Yeah, it's Jacko without her mask. I forgot that they added her. Yeah, I know about Guilty Gear and all that. I just, I only did the first collab. I didn't see the later one.
I'll deal with this.
I don't think she was really a thing when I played. So I don't know what the fuck that is, or what it does. I do not like the fashion at all, though.
Come on,
See, that's
I'll
much
take
better
you all
fashion.
down.
I'll be the one deciding.
I don't know about that one. I also don't know who that is either.
Desire.
I don't know who that is. Who the fuck are any of these people? Okay, that's a collab character. I know that one. I think that's the gaming chair lady. We saw her once. Like kill Soul Gain or whatever. That slime fucker right there. I think she might have been out when I like vaguely played, but you know, I wasn't actively playing, you know, pretty early on. Like I know when they reran Guilty Gear, I was not really playing. I like logged in, but I wouldn't really play. Okay, MFJ taking a minute. I don't know who this is either.
I didn't think they'd follow
Some kind
us
of
all the way here.
cat lady or something. Oh, it's summer bullshit. Is this? Are we even playing Epic 7 right now? Like, I swear, if people really wanted to, you could just have so many goddamn collab characters. Do they still not allow collab characters in the arena mode, by the way? Because that's kind of, I hope that's not the case, because I do not see the point of that. Because it's not like this game has any integrity when it comes to like
In the light's name.
that kind of like lore or whatever. It's not a big deal. No one gives a shit. They're allowed. 'Cause I remember when it first came out, they weren't. You couldn't use Dizzy and stuff. Like you said, like collab characters weren't allowed when they first made the mode. But I guess people were just like that stupid and they probably undid it.
You're getting in my way.
Oh, I see. So the Global had it and they didn't, so I guess they thought that'd be unfair. Interesting. Yeah, I thought it was because it was collab stuff, but I guess they just didn't want to do that. Interesting. So I guess now it's all good. That's good though, because some people really like, you know, the collab characters. So, all right. Edward Elric got banned, so no Full Metal Alchemist here. And then some weeb got banned. I don't even know who that is, but okay.
You're trembling.
All right, looks like Ace is going first. I'm going to.
Fun ends here.
Wait, no, I think MFJ is going first. Excuse me. Gaming chair, shooting lasers. What am I even watching right now? Like, are these like all auto activates right now? I think these are all auto activates right now.
You dare
What the
stop
fuck
me?
was that? What I know that's the game. Like I've seen enough of Epic 7 recently that I know that's the game. Like what the fuck though? Like that is so stupid. Okay, she's a wolf. Okay, that's better than I thought.
If you wish to die.
Wolf Lady got the biggest barrier I think I've ever seen before. Okay, that's a thing. Yeah, I just saw like 7 actions happen automatically. It's fucking Yu-Gi-Oh in here. Falcon Punch Slime. All right, didn't get through the barrier. MFJ already in kind of a bad spot here, I feel like.
I'll do my best. I'll finish this soon. Death comes unexpectedly.
We got a weed here.
My turn
Weed
now.
doing no damage.
I was born to be a hero.
I gotta root for MFJ because I like Lionheart, but
pretty good. Alright. I don't know, maybe he can turn this around. We'll see.
Taste of defeat.
I could not tell you who's winning right now. I mean, that looked like a really good turn for MFJ, though.
Come on.
A lot of damage. Justina's dead, so she can't do her nonsense. Okay, I think MFJ might have this. We'll see. There's a character that can turn barriers into damage. Oh, Jesus. That sounds toxic as fuck.
I never did like the sea.
What the hell am I? What the fuck was that?
How incompetent.
Now we're in the ocean.
May I help you?
Wow, I thought Ace would, because I think Ace PvPs more, but,
Are you sure you
looks
can
like
handle
MFJ
this?
really lionhearting this.
Prove your
So who did all the stuns? Was that Flower Girl?
you.
Was that who did the stuns there?
I swear.
I'll leave it to you.
Jesus Christ, man.
You dare
It
stop
started
me?
off kind of bad for MFJ, but my god, is
My
she
turn
just
now.
wrecking it now. Yes. So Ace, do you want one more shot at it?
Continue to thrive.
Do you want one more go? Because I got outdrafted. Yes, yeah, I kind of figured you'd want, like, that was so one-sided. I figured you wanted a better go there. Add me. Alright, who got first pick last time? We'll switch it. I think that's fair. Yeah, who got first pick last time? I think Ace got first pick. I got it. Okay, we'll give it to MFJ, just to be fair here. Yeah, that was kind of Yu-Gi-Oh, but that I'm sure it gets worse than that. I'm sure it absolutely gets worse than that. All these redheads fighting each other. So I imagine her normal self, though, isn't used much. Figure it's all Lionheart. I see that pre-ban. I see that.
I'll make you taste despair.
Okay, we got another gaming chair lady. Or Game of Thrones, really.
How adorable!
What the fuck? Is that, what's her name? Dom, whatever the fuck? Did she get another version? Or is that a skin? No, she's a light unit. What the?
I'll take
what?
your
I
life.
don't even. Why is that another Dom? That's what it looks like. Yeah. Why is there another Dom? What the actual fuck? Moon Bunny? Oh my god.
We still have hope.
Oh. There's the new MC apparently. So are you allowed to use her other elemental types if you want to, or when
I'll
you
take you
get
all
like farther in
down.
the story, does it change and that's that, and you can't go back? There's another Angelica. I saw that there was a like purple one. You can use any of her forms. Okay, I assume the light one though is the best overall.
暇つぶしくらいにはなるか?
Okay, I don't know who that is. It is kind of annoying though how impactful the draft is because
I protect.
you don't really
That's
get
what
to
I do.
play unless it just happens to fall at like a really competitive setup. But I think it's really easy for it to be one-sided. Oh, they're also from the slime thing? Okay, I've never actually watched the anime, so...
I will release my power.
The fuck? Also, men check? Male check? Oh, there we go. A's trying to get some dudes in here. MFJ with 5 ladies, I'm just saying. So no matter what, we're gonna see at least some Full Metal Alchemist, okay. So actually half of Ace's team is Full Metal Alchemist, let's go.
Obey
I don't know who that
if you
is.
Wish to live.
Is that Mercedes? Like a skin? I don't even know. Alright, I think Ace is going first this time.
I won't.
Nope, MFJ again. Rip Roy. I don't know what Roy's toolkit is, but he's a cool guy. Oh hey, Alphonse is in the game, Fury. There you go. See, Fury, you wanted Alphonse. There he is. That's just as good as him being a playable character, right?
Power of someone who has something to protect. I fight with the power of all.
Okay.
It'll all be over in the
So
blink
far,
of an
things
eye.
seem to be going well for Ace. I don't know what this does. Excalibur, though.
Mercedes, preparation complete.
The weeb with an axe
Beyond the
got
abyss
fucked up.
to the
That is definitely a Mercedes skin. Alright, here we go, fireballs.
Your life ends
That was just the taunt, though, so he didn't do shit. Boy, it started good for my boy Ace, but he's not looking so good now. Alright, main character powers. Plot armor. Okay, see, you just get plot armor, and he came back from the dead. Okay, plot armor didn't work. Roy's unique buff gets dispelled if he gets hit by a water unit. Oh, that's so shit. Yeah, useless if it rains. That is so bad.
I'll take your life.
That's so, you pretty much have to pick him as your last unit.
Trust me. I made
Otherwise,
it in the
like,
nick of
it's
time.
so easy to count. Unless his unique buff isn't very good, but I think Ace did pick him as his final unit though, so that's about the only way you're getting that in. If only Ed's mom could revive, oof. H-Paz with the burns.
Command me.
So no one has actually stayed dead. We're gonna have a double down. Yeah, okay, two people dead.
I'm here.
Man, Roy didn't get to do shit. He got completely shut down there.
I'll
Woo!
teach you a lesson.
That was a chunky one.
Let's
Well, Ace is gonna have this. Better kill like everyone, or Ace is in trouble.
Hanging by a
I don't know what this
single
does.
thread.
Okay, that didn't do any damage. So I'm a little concerned now.
I'll make you taste despair.
MFJ might be going for the double kill here.
The time has come.
I protect.
Nope.
That's what I do.
I mean, I don't know what any of these fucking characters do. So maybe MFJ can still run this back. Like if the weeb can just kill everyone or resurrect everyone or some shit.
Step back.
That sounds ridiculous, but from what I've seen of this game, I mean, there's so many characters that can just randomly revive for no fucking reason and shit like, hey look! We're just randomly reviving! Okay, I don't know why that would be the case, but Roy giving him the finger, okay. All of a sudden, Ace wins. All of it, I don't understand. Is that why, though, it's so easy to counter Roy? Because he can do that? Like, what just happened? Like, literally, Ace is almost dead on every front, and all of a sudden he resurrects Roy, and then Roy instantly gets to attack, and then he just kills everyone. Was that anime plot armor? She revives if she kills. Well, what the fuck did Roy do? Good lord, though. Does he always do damage like that? Yeah, I don't even. That's such a big value shift, though, because if she kills one and reses one, you know, that's a pretty big shift. Roy has stupid multipliers. So I'm guessing the best way to use Roy, though, is how Ace did there. He's picking last, so he got to put Roy in when MFJ couldn't pick literally anything to counter it. Actually, going second in that part is actually kind of good then for some units, if you want to, like, hide something. His kit is 100% damage, no utility. and barely any survival. So yeah, you want the team to accommodate for that. All right, chat. We gotta. If they got time, we gotta do one more. Then I absolutely have to eat. But tiebreaker. It's 1-1. I think it's only fair. If they're both game, I think it's only fair we do a tiebreaker here. I feel like MFJ is the underdog here though, because he doesn't actually do the real-time arena. So, and Ace does. So I feel like Ace should just inherently have more experience. He's picking all meta units. What do you mean? I mean, I don't know what's meta, and it's still a fact that you do real-time arena and he doesn't. So theoretically, you should be more experienced at like counter picking in the draft. Because see, people don't know what they're talking about. They're like, oh, he's picking this, so he's picking this. Oh, he got him. He made him think he was going this way with the roster, but he's going that way. I don't have a clue. These are all idiot waifus, and half of them aren't even from Epic 7, for God's sake. So what the fuck am I supposed to do? Okay, this seems to be like your staple, though. That's been picked like every time. I just don't like rats. Yeah, Ace is counter picking with the ban, where I don't think MFJ is, but MFJ could just start banning that way to keep up, but too late now. I do think in mock battles, it's best. I think it's fine to ban once the selection has happened, but I might even, when we do this in the future, I might turn it off because it's a mock battle, right? It's not. It doesn't matter that much, and people want to be able to use their favorite stuff, right? So I think it might be best to turn the pre-ban off.
How did these rumors start?
He's the best unit in the game right now. Oh, is that, what's her name, Ravi? Is it? Oh, I can kind of see it now. Right, that's funny because her fire version was never like all that popular in like high level PvP back when I played anyway. I'd see her occasionally, but I don't remember her being anything
I'm left with
like
no
people cared
choice.
about. I could see why though she's so good. I mean, if she kills someone and then resurrects someone, I mean that's nuts.
What is
Did they buff her fire version? Because I know she was popular like character-wise. But honestly, honest mid tiers are normally pretty fun to if you're not like playing super meta stuff.
Forgot their place.
Kind of a good time. Okay, we got that weeb back that got banned last time. Okay, we're going all waifus again. I feel like that's really common in this game, by the way. Like, I imagine it's very common that you see one team that's nothing but waifus versus another team that's nothing but waifus. Like, it's like a harem fight. MFJ taking quite a while to pick here.
Let me guide
Alright,
you.
going with Judge.
A true knight picks their battles wisely.
I can't help but notice that Moonlight units are always really, like, meta. It is so common that teams are almost all Moonlight units, or actually all Moonlight units. I wonder why! Chat, how could that have happened? The units that are the most expensive to obtain and are the hardest to get for free-to-plays, I wonder why those are so good in PvP. I wonder what could have caused that. What a crazy coincidence. She gains CR when she gets hit, so that's anti-AoE. Heals when she gets hit, so also anti-AoE. Cuts enemy max HP. Does that affect people like Crow if their max HP is lower? Does that make their third skill do less? Life steals, damage. That's ridiculous. That's just so, that's way too much stuff. I mean, revive, strong kill power, easy CR push, massive survivability.
All of you want.
Cause I mean, life steal and heal. I mean, that is actually stupid. Like that is actually stupid. That is way too much stuff on a single unit.
This is what happens when you don't know
The reason Moonlight units are scaled for PvP is because they are hard to obtain for free because they want people wailing.
Disobedience to an order leads to prompt execution. I don't care about things like honor.
Yeah, I saw that fire lady got nerfed. My chat was talking about that.
We're almost there.
Okay, well they're gone. They existed, but apparently they can come back to life if a weeb with an axe kills someone. So
Fate.
I can't help but notice that skill 3 really focused on the booba.
I'll bet my entire fortune on victory. How about we try a little harder?
Yeah, no wonder Dizzy is so
I shall honor
out
you
of the
with my
loop now.
presence.
She used to be like super busted.
Can you hold out much longer?
And now you have all this nonsense. Also, the big issue with Dizzy, I think, is like she's easy to counter pick. If you just slap her on a team against a team that's not ready to fight her, and you go first, I think it's fine still. But in a draft situation, you're just never gonna get away with that.
I'm waiting for you.
Well, there's the kill and resurrect. Yeah, that is such a big value shift.
Those who stray from the path of righteousness shall be
that's,
punished.
Yeah, that's probably GG.
Till the end.
I figured Fire Crimea probably wasn't gonna do super good.
In this fading moment in time.
The resisted judges CR resist. That's funny. Okay, skill nullifier. Yeah, that's well, GG. Good try, FJ. But yeah, I figured Ace
I made it in the nick of time.
probably has more meta stuff with the nature doing arena. Yeah, that was rough.
Will continue to thrive.
I'm surprised MFJ didn't ban her, honestly. And now that I've seen all these matches, and I can see why that's busted. Okay, boys. I have to eat. So I'm gonna take a break, and then I'm gonna come back with Elden Ring, because Elden Ring has got its arena system coming tomorrow, which that's kind of great. But yeah, we'll try to do more of this. We'll definitely try to get chat fighting each other more. I'll try to do my placement matches and all that. We'll try to catch up. But yeah, I'll be streaming this more. It's been fun getting back into it. I have a lot of catching up to do though. My roster is tiny, but I'm not looking to get a super meta like setup, and I don't think I even could, because I mean you need Moonlight units, and I'm free to play, so fuck that. Anyway, I will be back in like 20 minutes with Elden Ring if you're interested in watching that. If not, we'll probably be back with maybe Art Knights or Epic 7 tomorrow. Although tomorrow the arena does come out in Elden Ring, so I'm definitely going to stream some of that. But yeah, we'll try to get more Epic 7 in here. But thank you guys for hanging out, and take care.